Chapter 2632. Go eat that seed. The skinny monkey-like old man urged Chunzong once again. A terrifying aura emanated from him and landed on Chunzong's body. It seemed that if Chunzong refused, he would directly attack and forcefully push Chunzong forward. Of course, it would be better if Chunzong took the initiative to cooperate. Without much hesitation, Chunzong lifted his feet and stepped forward. Step by step, he walked toward the mysterious, sacred, and terrifying seed. Attraction. As Chunzong approached, the attraction of the seed became stronger and stronger. The feeling of a natural opportunity became more and more obvious. This made Chunzong feel very surprised. Why did he have such a feeling? Was it a real feeling? Or was it just an illusion caused by the aura deliberately released by the seed? As if it was catching prey, it would attract the target and then absorb the vitality of the target. However, Chunzong's strong spiritual did not realize that he was confused. There was no sign of being confused at all. This meant that it might not be a confusion, but a real destiny. But there was also another point, which was that he was really confused, but the level was too high for him to perceive. All in all, at this point, Chunzong had no reason to go back on his word. Walking to the seed, Chunzong stared at the egg-sized verdant seed that seemed to be incomparably sacred. He reached out and grabbed it. The seed did not resist at all. Chunzong directly grabbed it. Chunzong opened his mouth and threw the seed directly into his mouth. The seed seemed to be very slippery, and it directly slid down Chunzong's throat and quickly fell into his stomach. The skinny old man narrowed his eyes and stared at Chunzong, observing all the changes of Chunzong. Would Chunzong be able to master the seed? Or would he, like those people before him, be unable to master this seed and be recognized by it? His vitality would be absorbed, and he would die and his soul would disappear. The critical moment had arrived. In an instant, an extremely powerful and violent force exploded from Chunzong's stomach. It was like the eruption of an ancient volcano, as if the sky and the sea were pouring down. The power that erupted at that moment was indescribable. Chunzong felt as if his abdomen was suddenly blown up, and then his body seemed to be collapsing inch by inch. However, Chunzong's body was actually not broken, and there was no damage. It was just a feeling that appeared in an instant. Power. An indescribably powerful force suddenly burst out and rushed out. In an instant, it filled every part of Chunzong's body. This power became more and more tyrannical, like a torrent that could collapse a mountain. It was terrifying to the extreme, like a thunderbolt that could destroy everything in its path. The sword robe that Chunzong's purple feather clear wind armor had transformed into fluttered, as if it was about to explode. On Chunzong's face, neck, and other places, fine lines gradually emerged. The lines seemed to be golden and black, as if there were countless colors, and they were densely spread out like the roots of a tree. No matter what color it was, such fine and dense lines always gave a very scary feeling. Not only on the face and neck, but also on the body. It was just that it was covered by the robe, so it could not be seen. The skinny old man's eyes became more and more focused. Those who had failed before could not hold on at this point. Could Chunzong hold on? The old man hoped that Chunzong could hold on, but many times it was not as he wished. Chunzong felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. Moreover, he felt as if his body was being pierced by countless needles. It was too painful. The pain was violent and dense, and it was endless. It was like a never-ending stream of water. If Chunzong's will of the divine was not so strong, it would be difficult for him to hold on. Even so, he felt as if he was hovering between life and death. Chunzong finally understood why those who had failed before had failed. These fine lines spread out from the mysterious seed, and they covered every part of his body. There was nothing left out. If he could not hold on, his vitality would be sucked away, and he would eventually die. Therefore, he had to hold on no matter what. Only by holding on could he not be devoured and his vitality sucked away. However, the power released from the seed was getting stronger and stronger. It constantly filled every part of Chunzong's body, making Chunzong feel as if he was constantly being torn apart and about to explode. The power had exceeded the limit of what he could bear. Chunzong felt as if he could not hold on and was really being torn apart. Chunzong could not help but widen his eyes. His eyeballs almost popped out and were about to explode. Pain, pain, pain. The pain became more and more intense. Chunzong could not help but let out a roar. It was as if this was the only way to vent the increasingly intense pain in his body. The skinny old man's eyes became more and more focused. Immediately, his pupils shrank to the size of needles. This was because the lines on Chunzong's body became extremely clear in an instant, as if they were about to bulge out. It's over. It seems that he still can't hold on. The old man could not help but sigh slightly. This scene was the same as what he had seen many times before. When those people failed, it was the same beginning. In an instant, something strange happened. Chunzong's body trembled unconsciously. In his eyes, there seemed to be a touch of misty green light spreading out. Wisps of aura also rose from his body and spread out. Vaguely, it seemed to condense into the shadow of a big tree. The shadow of the giant tree didn't look very big, but it gave off an extremely majestic feeling. Any mountain in front of it would seem insignificant and incomparable. The skinny old man's squinted eyes suddenly widened and were full of surprise. It seemed that he recognized the shadow of the big tree. It was also because he recognized it that he was so surprised. It seems that someone can really get the core inheritance of the Lord. The old man could not help but secretly rejoice. As the most loyal servant of the Lord of the world, he certainly hoped that someone could pass on the Lord's core inheritance, because that was the Lord's wish. Sure enough, with the appearance of the seemingly majestic shadow of the big tree, Chunzong felt that the tearing pain in his body was reduced by more than half in an instant, and it continued to weaken and weaken. Fade. Gradually, the dense lines on Chunzong's body that seemed to bulge out very terrifyingly quickly converged and faded until they disappeared. In Chunzong's body, with Chunzong's inner vision, the fine lines quickly retracted from all parts of Chunzong's body and finally retracted into the seed. The seed floated in Chunzong's chi sea, bobbing up and down. When all the fine lines had retracted into the seed, Chunzong had a wonderful feeling. It was as if the seed had really integrated into his chi sea and had become a symbiotic entity with his chi sea. The feeling of being connected by blood was wonderful. As the seed was truly controlled by Chunzong, the shadow of the big tree that appeared around Chunzong's body turned into wisps of faint light and dissipated. Chunzong knew that the shadow of the big tree was the gift that he had received from the dying world tree of God in the great void ruins when he was still in the original void. He did not expect that it still contained the last bit of spiritual will, and it was in a deep sleep attached to Chunzong's body. This time, because of the seed, it was stimulated at the last moment and released its last brilliance. This bit of brilliance allowed Chunzong to withstand the explosion of the seed's power. He established a bloodline connection with it and took control of the seed. Chunzong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Who would have thought that the opportunity in the void back then would not only bring him great benefits at that time, but even after coming to the universe, under such circumstances, it would still be able to unleash the last bit of light and heat, allowing him to survive a life-threatening crisis and even obtain this opportunity. Presumably, the feeling of being connected to the opportunity was brought about by the last bit of spiritual will of the World Tree of God. Chunzong was full of gratitude towards the World Tree of God. However, now that he had control of the mysterious seed, he did not feel any other changes. Could it be that this was the so-called core inheritance? What exactly did it do? Chunzong was very puzzled. If it could not bring him any benefits, then the so-called core inheritance might not even be comparable to the ordinary inheritance. However, since it was the core inheritance of the World Lord, and the World Lord was a top-level 7 Emperor-level expert, the core inheritance that he left behind was definitely not something ordinary. Perhaps the mystery contained within it was something that he could not fully comprehend. Just as Chunzong was thinking, The seed in his sea of chi suddenly released a strong light, as if it had turned into a green sun. The power that it released was so strong that it even shone through Chunzong's abdomen and robe, releasing layers of halos outside. Chunzong immediately felt that the green light that erupted from the seed contained an indescribable majestic life force. The life force was astonishing. It was like the flow of the sea. In an instant, it was released from the seed and quickly spread out from his sea of chi. It was as vast as waves and rushed to every part of Chunzong's body. Impact and sweep. Chunzong only felt that his body had reached a limit and was gradually being strengthened. At the same time, the gale force that was cultivated by the annihilation force of the Nine Heavens' breath also seemed to be nourished. It gradually improved, became purer, and more powerful. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. Chunzong was completely covered by the green light, and his whole body was filled with wisps of divine light. At the same time, traces of memory fragments that did not belong to him also flowed into Chunzong's mind. These memory fragments emerged from the seed. They were the memory fragments of the people whose life force had been absorbed by the seed. Chapter 26:33. Monthly votes, monthly votes. I want monthly votes. Time passed slowly. Day after day passed by. There was only one day left before the next round of battles. Although they had failed again and again, each failure was a blow to their morale. However, each failure encouraged them to regain their morale. This time, with the encouragement of Han Min, Luo Shu, and the others, the Four Extremes Alliance regained their fighting spirit and prepared to do their best to obtain as many resources as they could in this battle. At the very least, they wanted to obtain 30% of the resources. If they could obtain 40%, that would be even better. However, a piece of terrible news came. The fourth on the Cool Breeze list, one of the masters of the Four Extremes League, was challenged by Ming Yin, the genius of the headquarters. Being challenged wasn't a big deal. After all, being on the Breeze list was a very good thing. However, it wasn't a simple thing to be challenged at this time. However, Ming Yin had won. He had taken the 10th place on the Qing Feng ranking list. As a result, the Four Extremes Alliance, which had originally had 4 people on the Qing Feng ranking list, had now had 3, while the Four Extremes Alliance's 6 people had now increased to 7. Without a doubt, this was a heavy blow to their morale. All the experts on the Breeze list could participate in tomorrow's battle. All of a sudden, the morale that they had worked so hard to build up was destroyed. The atmosphere on the Four Extremes Alliance's side was heavy. Everyone's expression was ugly. Even the Han Min and Luo Shu were the same. There was nothing they could do. They had worked so hard to build up their morale, but because of this failure, half of it was destroyed. This was a huge blow. What should we do now? Han Min frowned. They were able to regroup after so many confrontations. Their willpower was incomparably strong. However, they still suffered some setbacks. This time, they suffered another setback. They felt exhausted, especially when they saw the depressed expressions of the members of the Four Extremes Alliance. There's nothing we can do. No matter what, there's only one day left. Luo Shu said in a low voice. We can only try our best. We can't lose every time. At this time, a figure stepped in from outside. Everyone turned around. It was Chunzong, who had disappeared for almost a month. Han Min and Luo Shu both felt that Chunzong's aura seemed to have strengthened, but because of the blow, they didn't think too much about it. Or rather, they didn't have the mood to think too much about it for the time being. Chunzong could also clearly feel that the atmosphere here was not good. It seemed to be very gloomy. After asking a little, he knew the reason. Indeed, this was a huge blow. Originally, they had already roused their morale, but the challenge from the headquarters was like a knife stabbing into their heart. It was a heavy blow. It had to be said that the head office's approach was really sinister. However, Chunzong's expression didn't change at all. He didn't seem to be worried about the confrontation tomorrow. After the gathering ended, everyone left one after another and returned to their own pavilions to wait for tomorrow's battle. When Chunzong arrived outside his pavilion, he saw someone standing there, as if waiting for him. It was the genius of the headquarters. Moreover, it was his old rival, Tai Jianling, who was now second on the breeze list. His swordsmanship and strength were very powerful. Since the first confrontation, Chunzong was defeated by Tai Jianling's sword. After that, Chunzong was defeated several times. Although Chunzong's strength was constantly improving, so was Tai Jianling's strength. Tai Jianling rose. In terms of resources, Tai Jianling was better than Chunzong. Of course, even so, Chunzong's improvement in strength still shocked Tai Jianling. In the first confrontation, Tai Jianling used all his strength to perform an upper-class star-level unique skill and was able to kill Chunzong. However, in the last confrontation, he didn't suppress Chunzong like that. This meant that Chunzong's strength had unknowingly caught up with him. Soon, he would catch up with him and even surpass him. Chunzong, tomorrow will be a new round of confrontation. Tai Jianling didn't waste any time talking nonsense. His eyes flashed as he stared at Chunzong and said directly, "You are indeed very talented. Come on, quit the Four Extremes Alliance and join our headquarters. At that time, you'll be able to enjoy more resources. It won't be a problem for you to catch up with me in the future. You may not be a match for me now." Chunzong stared at Tai Jianling and replied unhurriedly. Tai Jianling almost choked as his expression changed. His eyes emitted a cold light as he stared at Chunzong like a thunderbolt. "You mean to say that you refuse? Let's fight again tomorrow." Chunzong only responded with 4 words. He walked into the pavilion and opened the seal, isolating Tai Jianling outside. Tai Jianling's eyes emitted a strong, cold light, containing a terrifying sword intent. He stared at Chunzong's back and then withdrew his gaze. He said in a low voice, full of violent sharpness, "Let's fight again tomorrow." "Very good. Then I will let you know what despair is." The headquarters had actually tried to recruit Chunzong several times, but they failed each time. This time, they came to recruit Chunzong again. Although they didn't have much hope, what if they succeeded? After all, Chunzong must know the pain of not having enough resources after such a long time. If they could successfully recruit Chunzong, the Four Extremes Alliance would lose a great general. The blow to the Four Extremes Alliance would be even greater than the 20 people who had left the Alliance to join the Head Tower's camp, especially when the next round of competition was about to begin. If they failed, they wouldn't lose anything. What's more, the actions of the headquarters were not limited to just recruiting Chunzong. There were also a few other people who were more powerful and had been targeted. One night passed. Unknowingly, some changes were happening. The arrival of a new day meant that a new round of confrontation was about to begin. This time, both the headquarters and the branch sent out 10 people each. The location of the confrontation was still in Cool Breeze Valley, but it was not a battle of flags. The confrontation this time was called a death match. As the name implied, the main building and the branch building would each send 10 Heaven's favorites into the Cool Breeze Valley to engage in a life-and-death battle. Everyone had 3 chances to die. Once all 3 chances were used up, they would be eliminated. However, the total number of deaths added up was only 30. As for the allocation of resources, it was determined according to the number of times they killed their opponents. 3 deaths would determine 10%, and 30 deaths would determine 100%. If the 10 talents from the headquarters didn't die even once, and the 10 talents from the branch died 3 times, then the remaining 100% of resources would belong to the headquarters. This was because the total number of deaths was only 30. As long as the talents from both the headquarters and the branch died once, the total number of deaths would be reduced by 1. If the talents from the branch could kill the talents from the headquarters 3 times, then the ratio would be 3 to 27, which was 1 to 9. Naturally, 100% of the resources would be distributed in this way. Therefore, the essence of this death match was the speed and number of kills. The faster the kill, the more resources one could obtain. Of course, 3 was 10%. If it was less than 3 kills, it would still be counted as 3 kills. For example, if one killed 5 times, then the resources allocated would be the same as if one killed 3 times, which was 10%. At the entrance of Cool Breeze Valley, the talents from both the headquarters and the Four Extremes Alliance arrived at the same time. Wu Wang and Lin Qi, why are you there? Come over here. Han Min swept his gaze across the crowd, and immediately his gaze landed on the two figures in the main building's camp. The two people who were shouted at by Han Min trembled unconsciously. Immediately, Wu Wang raised his head, a trace of shame and anger flashing in his eyes. He felt that being shouted at in front of so many people was very shameful. Why should I go there? I've already left the Four Extremes Alliance and am now a member of the main building. Me too, Lin Chi hurriedly said. Haha, did you see that? Your Four Extremes Alliance has been defeated time and time again. You can't get any resources at all. If you follow you can only cultivate bitterly. But if you join the headquarters camp, you can enjoy more resources and improve faster. In the headquarters camp, the expert ranked third on the Cool Breeze list sneered. Wu Wang and Lin Chi were two of the top experts in the Four Extremes Alliance. But last night, they were persuaded by the headquarters and secretly left the Four Extremes Alliance to join the headquarters camp. Is this also what the two of you want? Luo Shu's eyes contained an astonishing will as he stared at Wu Wang and Lin Chi. His voice was low and cold. That's right. The Four Extremes Alliance has been defeated time and time again. We can't get many resources. Our strength is increasing slowly, and we have no future. Lin Chi stared at Luo Shu and replied directly. Our purpose for coming here is to cultivate, not to show off and fight. Resources are the most important thing. Wu Wang said coldly. It had to be said that the two of them leaving the Four Extremes Alliance at the last moment to join the headquarters camp was a heavy blow to the Four Extremes Alliance. For a moment, the Four Extremes Alliance became more and more unstable. Don't regret it. Shenzong took a step forward and stared at Wu Wang and Lin Chi. His words contained a trace of indescribable sharpness. Regret. Wu Wang's face was suddenly filled with ridicule as he looked at Shenzong. I heard that the headquarters tried to recruit you many times, but you rejected them. I don't know if I should say that you're stupid or ignorant. With your talent, if you agreed to join the headquarters and enjoy so many resources, you might have the strength to enter the Cool Breeze list. What a pity. Some people have talent, but are so stupid. Do you think that leaving the Four Extremes Alliance and joining the headquarters is a betrayal? That's not the case at all. The reason we came here from the branch building is to use the resources of the main building to improve ourselves, not to form factions here. Lin Chi also mocked. It sounded reasonable, but it also contained the principles of being a person. Let's go. Han Min suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly swept his gaze over the geniuses of the headquarters, especially the two traitors, Wu Wang and Lin Chi. Yes, they were traitors. Leaving the Four Extremes Alliance and joining the headquarters camp wasn't a big deal. But it shouldn't have happened at this critical moment, especially when the two of them were two of the 10 people from the Four Extremes Alliance. If this wasn't betrayal, then what was? Chapter 2634. After entering the Cool Breeze Valley, the two sides were divided. The Four Extremes Alliance's side was gloomy and gloomy. Every one of them looked crestfallen. Wu Wang and Lin Chi's betrayal was too big a blow to them. Coupled with the fact that they had lost a place on the Cool Breeze list, their morale and fighting spirit were greatly weakened. With the same amount of strength, there was a clear difference between a person with high fighting spirit and a person with low fighting spirit. For this battle, Wu Wang and Lin Chi have both withdrawn. Then, the two of you will take over. Luo Shu glanced at the two people and pointed at them. These two people's strength could not be compared to Wu Wang and Lin Chi's, but there was nothing they could do. For this battle to the death, each side would send 10 people. Experts on the Cool Breeze list could also participate. As a result, it should be said that the 7 experts on the Cool Breeze list would all participate. The remaining 3 were the most powerful geniuses below the Cool Breeze list. On the Four Extremes Alliance's side, in addition to the original 4, it should be said that there were 3 experts on the Cool Breeze list. Naturally, the person who was originally on the Cool Breeze list was also there. In addition, Shenzong was also there. He was a general, as was Wu Wang and Lin Chi. These 10 people were the 10 strongest geniuses of the Four Extremes Alliance. With such a group, They did not have much confidence in winning against the head tower. Without Wu Wang and Lin Qi, they could only replace two weaker geniuses. Their overall strength had decreased. Before the battle, their morale had already declined. But no matter what, they still had to fight. If they could get a share of resources, it would be a share. Everyone in the Four Extremes alliance looked dignified. Only Qinzong looked calm and relaxed. It was as if he did not feel much pressure. No one knew how much the inheritance of the World Lord had improved Qinzong. The battle to the death was about to begin. 10 people from each side stepped into the cool breeze valley. In an instant, Qinzong felt a force fall on him. His body was wrapped up and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the cool breeze valley. Disperse. In an instant, both sides had 10 people each. All of them were randomly teleported to different parts of the cool breeze valley. This way, they wouldn't rush up to kill each other directly. This also increased the difficulty of the battle. Qinzong's eyes quickly swept across the area, and his divine sense spread out in all directions, covering all the places that his eyes couldn't see that were covered with obstructions. Not far away, a silhouette was dashing towards them. It was one of the geniuses from the headquarters. However, he wasn't on the breeze list. He was one of the 3 geniuses who weren't on the breeze list. Die for me first. The Sky Pride of the main tower naturally noticed Qinzong as well. He unleashed his full speed and let out a terrifying roar like a hurricane. Everything in his path was swept up and turned into dust in the terrifying hurricane. Boom! When a man approached Qinzong with a terrifying momentum, he suddenly kicked out. That kick directly stirred up a terrible storm, as if it could destroy everything, and blasted towards Qinzong. This was a merciless attack. It was a killing move. In this death match, it was important to kill more people. The more people killed, the better. Under the premise of the number of people killed, efficiency mattered. Only by killing at the fastest speed could one gain a greater advantage. Everyone understood this. Qinzong naturally understood this very well. Therefore, a sharp light flashed in Qinzong's eyes. In the next moment, the great wide world sword directly slashed across the sky, and a shocking sharpness erupted. The sword chi surged, and its sharpness was unparalleled. Low-grade star-level unique skill, golden blade moon slashing. The golden sword light condensed into a crescent full of sharpness. It tore through the sky and directly slashed out. It was like a hot knife through butter, splitting the hurricane brought by the man's kick. The Sky Pride of the main tower couldn't help but change his expression. He couldn't block it. The sharpness of the sword was too strong. He couldn't block it at all. Kill. The golden crescent cut through the Sky Pride of the main tower like cutting through tofu. It didn't encounter any resistance. At the same time, the slashed body of the Sky Pride of the main tower disappeared. A red light directly rushed up and exploded in the sky. Red light. The Sky Pride of the main tower was killed. The people of the Four Extremes Alliance were shocked. The Sky Pride of the main tower was killed as soon as the battle started. Who killed him? The first one to die is actually one of us. The people of the main tower were a little stunned, and then they were furious. Shouldn't the people of the Four Extremes Alliance be the first to die? Qinzong's expression didn't change. He didn't have the slightest bit of happiness or excitement. This was because it was very normal. In the remains of the World Lord, he had obtained the core inheritance of the World Lord. After mastering the mysterious seed, he had received the nourishment of the life force within. The life force also carried many memory fragments. It was the combination of the life force and memory fragments of the Sky Prides who had failed to obtain the core inheritance. The life force was very majestic. After some of the power of the mysterious seed was integrated into Qinzong's body, it purified Qinzong's human bloodline. It further stimulated the potential of his body and strengthened his physique. The enhancement of his physique and body refining power nourished his qi cultivation, causing his qi cultivation and body refining skills to improve at the same time. Now, whether it was his qi cultivation or body refining power, Qinzong's strength had increased by several times. What it brought was a doubling of his overall strength. This kind of increase wasn't an increase in his cultivation, but a change in his cultivation power. It broke through the limit and reached a higher level. In other words, Chunzong didn't have the innate constitution of the origin clan, but he had a similar power that surpassed his cultivation realm. In other words, the increase in his cultivation power alone made Chunzong twice as strong as when he entered the remains of the World Lord. The increase in his basic strength also caused the power of Chunzong's swordsmanship and unique skills to increase tremendously. Not to mention, in addition to the increase in his cultivation power, Chunzong's other aspects had also improved significantly. This was because Chunzong had obtained 2 great swordsmanship and most of the cultivation experience from those memory fragments. With the help of his superb comprehension and the Heart Sutra, he had also cultivated them to the perfect realm and integrated them into the Heart Swordsmanship and the World Swordsmanship. In addition, what he had gained from comprehending the thousands of sword scars in the divine martial jade wall had been further absorbed and integrated into his swordsmanship. Now, the power of the Heart Swordsmanship had increased to the level of a 10th level AO Wu, and the power of the World Swordsmanship had also reached the level of a top 10th level AO Wu. All in all, Chunzong's current strength was at least 3 times stronger than it was a month ago. A 3-fold increase was very terrifying. Chunzong's figure did not stop at all as he rapidly charged forward. His speed was as fast as the wind and lightning. It was extremely fast, yet extremely light. The sound he made was extremely faint. In other parts of the cool breeze valley, when the 4 Extremes Alliance's Heavenly Legends encountered the Heavenly Legends of the Head Tower, they immediately turned around and fled at full speed. This was the strategy that they had decided before. They would try their best to avoid fighting with the Head Tower's Heavenly Legends and try to see if they could meet other Heavenly Legends of the 4 Extremes Alliance so that they could join forces to deal with the Head Tower's Heavenly Legends. Of course, there was an element of luck in this. If the Head Tower's Heavenly Legends were the ones who met them first instead of the 4 Extremes Alliance, they would not be able to escape death. Immediately, in the distance, a blue light soared into the sky and exploded, indicating that the 4 Extremes Alliance's Heavenly Legends had also been killed. Before long, Chunzong saw 2 figures flying by in the distance. They were the Head Tower's Heavenly Legends. One of them was not an expert on the Cool Breeze list, while the other was Ming Yin, who was ranked 10th on the list. The 2 Heavenly Legends also caught sight of Chunzong from the corner of their eyes. They immediately turned around and rushed toward Chunzong, flanking him from both sides. A murderous look flashed across their faces, and their eyes were overflowing with murderous intent. 2 shocking murderous intents locked onto Chunzong at the same time, making it difficult for Chunzong to escape. However, Chunzong had no intention of escaping. Instead, he rushed toward the 2 Heavenly Legends. Like 3 streams of light, they rapidly approached and then passed by each other. 2 of the streams of light rushed forward, but their speed became slower and slower, and then they fell forward. Their faces were filled with disbelief. In an instant, 2 streams of red light soared into the sky at the same time and exploded in the air. The ones who died were the 2 geniuses from the main building. As for Chunzong, he just swung his sword twice when they passed by each other. With his superb swordsmanship and sword speed, he killed the 2 geniuses in a smooth and carefree manner. Great, we got 10%. The Heavenly Legends of the 4 Extremes Alliance were overjoyed. It seemed that the opening this time was unexpectedly good, better than the previous times. After all, in the past, they had been suppressed by the Head Tower at the beginning. It was not until later that they were lucky enough to gain the upper hand and snatch some resources. Who did it? The Heavenly Legends of the 4 Extremes Alliance guessed. Who did it? The Head Tower's Heavenly Legends' eyes were cold and angry. The opening was very unfavorable. They were in the cool breeze valley, so they could not see what was going on inside. However, they could see from outside the valley. Chunzong is so powerful. The Heavenly Legends of the 4 Extremes Alliance, who were watching the battle outside the cool breeze valley, were all surprised, because Chunzong's strength was beyond their expectations. Even the 10th Heavenly Legend of the Head Tower was not a match for his sword, and was killed directly. His strength was even stronger than the ninth and eighth heavenly legend of the Cool Breeze Valley. Compared to the Four Extremes Alliance's delight, the headquarters side didn't look too good. This was especially true for Wu Wang and Lin Qi, who hadn't entered the arena yet. Now that they saw Chun Zong's strength, which was clearly much stronger than the last time they had fought, they couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. At this moment, a streak of purple light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. After instantly killing a genius of the Four Extremes Alliance, it did not stop at all and continued to charge forward. From the outside, one could see that the direction the purple lightning was heading in was almost in a straight line with the direction Shenzong was heading in. If both sides had not changed directions, they would have met before long. Great! No matter how strong he is no match for senior brother Tai Jianling. Lin Qi could not help but shout. Since he had already left the Four Extremes Alliance and had shed all pretenses of cordiality, it was time for him to join the Head Tower's camp. That's right. Come to think of it, this is not the first time Shenzong has been defeated by senior brother Tai Jianling. Wu Wang sneered. Chapter 2635. The purple light was like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was astonishing, and it carried with it an indescribable sharpness. Wherever it passed, it left behind a long and straight sword mark on the ground, faintly scorching. A figure appeared in front of him and was rapidly approaching. Tai Jianling squinted his eyes and stared at the figure in front of him. He wanted to see who it was. Was it someone from the Four Extremes Alliance or someone from the headquarters? After seeing it clearly, Tai Jianling sneered. Shenzong. The person in front of him was Shenzong. Shenzong also saw Tai Jianling. The moment he saw Tai Jianling, Shenzong did not seem to have the slightest intention of escaping. Instead, he sped up and rushed towards Tai Jianling. In the past, he had lost to Tai Jianling several times. Today, he would pay him back. The Sky Prides of the Four Extremes Alliance who were watching the battle outside the Cool Breeze Valley were shocked. Shenzong had lost to Tai Jianling several times. This was not a secret. Everyone knew about it. However, the Sky Prides of the headquarters were overjoyed. No matter how powerful you are, you will still be defeated by senior brother Tai Jianling, who is ranked second on the Cool Breeze leaderboard. If it were me, I would have run away. A Sky Pride from the headquarters sneered. Even if you run away, you won't be able to. You will only be delaying your death. Another Sky Pride from the headquarters mocked. This time, Shenzong will definitely kill Tai Jianling. A Sky Pride from the Four Extremes Alliance retorted angrily. Is that so? If Shenzong can defeat senior brother Tai Jianling, I will bark 3 times like a dog. The Sky Pride from the headquarters who mocked Shenzong immediately responded. He squinted his eyes and said arrogantly, if Shenzong can't defeat senior brother Tai Jianling, you will kneel down and bark 3 times like a dog. Do you dare to take the bet? Let's do it. The Sky Pride from the Four Extremes Alliance was hesitant at first. In fact, he was not confident that Shenzong could defeat Tai Jianling. However, when he saw Tai Jianling's disdainful look, he was furious and agreed. Very well. Everyone here is a witness. When you lose, don't deny it. The Sky Pride from the headquarters shouted. Don't worry, we will be witnesses. We will kneel down. The other Sky Prides from the headquarters sneered. At the same time, Shenzong and Tai Jianling. In an instant, Shenzong sword Tai, and Tai Jianling and Tai. Not only was this sword fast, but it was also condensed with an extremely terrifying power that could destroy everything. Tai. Firstly, this was a death match, and he had to kill his opponent as quickly as possible. Secondly, Tai Jianling knew Shenzong's ability. If he did not use his full strength to kill Shenzong, it would be disadvantageous for him and a waste of time if he ended up in a melee. I've already given you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, then you'll regret it. Tai Jianling unleashed a high-grade, star-grade secret technique. His sword tore through the air, showing no mercy. I said yesterday that you may not be my match now. Shenzong replied unhurriedly. His 2 divine avatars exploded. Immediately after, An endless amount of sword chi also erupted. The sword chi condensed into an illusory image of a mountain and river, which emanated an astonishing suppressive power. World Sword Technique, suppressing mountains and rivers. This was also an upper star technique. With the activation of the Boundless World Sword, its power multiplied and became more powerful. At the same time, because Chunzong's basic strength had increased, the power of this sword was much more powerful than before. Suppress. Tai Jianling felt a terrifying power descend. It was overbearing and powerful, as if it could suppress everything. The moment the sword light collided, the purple lightning sword light paused for a moment before shattering. The phantoms of mountains and rivers collapsed as well. Tai Jianling only felt an extremely terrifying and domineering force rush towards him. It directly caused his body to pause, and he could not help but retreat. In an instant, Chunzong's sword finger brushed across the blade of the sword, directly activating the power of the sword sharpening technique contained within. The third level of the sword sharpening technique. The sword chi was strong and cold. It spread out like a raging wave. The world sword technique, suppressing mountains and rivers. Without hesitation, Chunzong slashed out again. The phantom of mountains and rivers became more solid. The suppressive power it exuded was more powerful and overbearing. In that instant, under the sword chi of mountains and rivers, the wind dissipated and the space seemed to be frozen. Tai Jianling's expression could not help but change drastically. Suddenly, he erupted, like a thunderbolt exploding in the void. Endless purple lightning soared into the sky and struck down as if connecting the sky and the earth. His aura suddenly soared by a lot. Then, he raised his sword. Endless thunderbolts exploded in all directions. A purple-black thunder dragon suddenly shot down from the sky. This sword was the most powerful Great Path Law skill that Tai Jianling had mastered. Its level was already at the top of the upper star level law skills. It was only a fine line away from becoming a supreme law skill. Under the sudden boost of the secret technique, its power increased tremendously. Even so, it could not block Chunzong's sword. The suppression of mountains and rivers caused the thunder dragon to pause and then collapse inch by inch. However, Tai Jianling also gained a slight chance. He turned into a purple thunderbolt and rushed to the side in an attempt to escape. You can't escape. Chunzong took a step forward. His body was like the wind. It was so mysterious that he appeared in front of Tai Jianling in an instant and slashed out with his sword. This sword strike seemed as if it didn't have the slightest weight. It was light yet agile to the extreme, and it carried an unfathomable and traceless feeling. Moreover, it contained a wisp of extreme sharpness that seemed capable of slicing through everything in the world. I can't escape. Tai Jianling found that no matter how he changed his body, he could not avoid this sword. An indescribable sense of helplessness unconsciously grew in his heart. He slashed out with his sword. The sword broke through the air like a purple thunderbolt, but it missed. At the same time, a subtle brilliance flashed by. Your swordsmanship. Tai Jianling covered his neck with his eyes wide open. His face was full of shock, but he could not speak a complete sentence. He was extremely shocked. Chunzong's swordsmanship was so superb that it was unstoppable. This scene caused everyone who saw it to be extremely shocked. Tai Jianling, who ranked second on the Breeze list, was defeated by Chunzong. He seemed to have been easily killed. It was like a dream. Kneel down and bark 3 times like a dog. The Sky Pride of the Four Extremities Alliance immediately pointed at a Sky Pride of the general building and shouted, "Kneel down and bark like a dog." The other Sky Prides of the Four Extremities Alliance also shouted. What did it mean to be proud and elated? This was what it meant to be proud and elated. Previously, Chunzong had been defeated by Tai Jianling several times. This time, according to everyone's thoughts, it was the same. They had only made the bet because they were angry. However, they did not expect that Chunzong would win. He had defeated Tai Jianling. Moreover, he had defeated Tai Jianling in such a decisive manner. There was no hesitation at all. The final blow of his sword brought about an extreme sense of satisfaction. No matter who saw it, they would instantly feel a sense of satisfaction. The sky pride of the general building who had made the bet was livid. It was impossible for him to kneel down and bark like a dog, even if it was just 3 barks. However, he had already made the bet. Previously, he had been in high spirits and had asked others to be witnesses. Now that he thought about it, it was like slapping himself in the face. Faced with the sky pride of the Four Extremities Alliance, the sky pride of the general building could not help but take a few steps back. At this moment, the other sky prides of the general building could not say anything. This was because the bet was made in front of everyone, and they were the witnesses. However, the sky pride of the Four Extremities Alliance did not kneel down or bark like a dog. He gritted his teeth and held on. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. A deep voice seemed to come from all directions. It contained an indescribable divine power, causing everyone's expression to change. The voice of an expert. Their bet had actually attracted the attention of an expert. This time, they had no choice but to admit defeat. I did not say that I would kneel down if I lost. The sky pride of the general building gritted his teeth, his face filled with unwillingness. Shortly after, he started barking like a dog, woof, woof, woof. Indeed, during the bet, the other party had not said that he would kneel down if he lost. He had only said that he would bark like a dog 3 times. Although the sky pride of the sky pride was unhappy, since the other party had already barked like a dog 3 times, there was nothing else he could do. After barking like a dog 3 times, the sky pride of the general building wanted to leave resentfully. However, he did not want to leave just like that. His eyes stared fiercely at Chunzong's figure in the Cool Breeze Valley. He hoped that Chunzong would kill him in the Cool Breeze Valley. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. After killing Tai Jianling, Chunzong was not excited at all. This was because it was normal. When his strength had greatly increased in the relics of the Lord of the World, Chunzong knew that Tai Jianling was no longer a match for him. His figure flashed, and he took a step forward. It was as if the end of the world was right in front of him. He appeared thousands of meters away and flew away at an astonishing speed. He was looking for the sky pride of the general building to kill. Chunzong's swordsmanship is really amazing. The high-level experts of the general building who were watching the fight could not help but exclaim, "His talent in the way of the sword is truly extraordinary." With the eyesight of these experts, they could tell at a glance that Chunzong's swordsmanship was extremely high. It was indescribably mysterious and had amazing power. Although there is no limit to swordsmanship, it is rare to see someone who can raise his swordsmanship to such a level at the 3rd realm. The high-level experts were even more impressed with Chunzong, a junior who was extremely talented in swordsmanship. After Tai Jianling died once, he was reborn in another place in the Cool Breeze Valley. He stood motionless, and his expression kept changing. He was thinking about the fight between him and Chunzong. The strength that Chunzong had displayed in that fight was really terrifying. He felt that he could destroy everything in his way. Moreover, the swordsmanship of the last move was significantly stronger than before. In the end, Tai Jianling had to admit that Chunzong's strength had indeed surpassed his. It was so sudden. Even so, I must win this fight, Tai Jianling thought to himself. Tai Jianling thought to himself. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he made up his mind to look for the other geniuses of the headquarters. It would be best if he could join forces with them to kill Chunzong. If possible, he wanted to kill Chunzong 3 times to eliminate him. Otherwise, with the strength that Chunzong had displayed, even the top expert on the Cool Breeze list might not be able to defeat him. Chapter 2636. A beam of blue light shot up into the sky, followed by a beam of red light. 6 beams of red light. We got 20% of the resources. The Four Poles Alliance members were overjoyed. This was a better start than the previous ones. 6 streaks of red light shot up into the sky, indicating that the sky prides of the main tower had been killed 6 times. The total number of deaths was only 30, and the main tower had already accounted for 20% of the deaths. Comparatively speaking, the Four Extremes Alliance's side had died 5 times, one less than the main building. Of the 6 kills, Chunzong alone contributed to 4 of them. After killing Tai Jianling, the spectators outside the Cool Breeze Valley realized that Chunzong was very powerful. Among the 10 people from a main building, other than the number 1 on the Cool Breeze leaderboard, no one else was a match for Chunzong. However, other than the 4 people who had been killed by Chunzong, none of the heavenly talents from a main tower who had participated in the death match in the Cool Breeze Valley knew how powerful Chunzong was. If he were to encounter Chunzong, it would definitely be a huge surprise, or rather a shock. Chunzong dashed forward as fast as the wind, but the sound he made was very subtle, making it difficult for others to detect him. The terrain of the Cool Breeze Valley was complicated. If one was fast enough, he could escape as soon as he saw a strong enemy. There was still hope for him to escape. Not long after, Chunzong saw a figure flying towards him. It was one of the Four Extremes Alliance's geniuses. When the genius saw Chunzong, he was overjoyed. Then he was shocked and hurriedly said, "Chunzong, run," because the one chasing him was the 5th place on the Cool Breeze list. The 5th place on the Cool Breeze list chased after him. When he saw Chunzong, he smiled and said, "Good. 1 for 2. In his opinion, this time, he was going to kill both of them. Chunzong smiled. Instead of slowing down, he sped up and rushed toward the 5th place on the Cool Breeze list. "Run!" The geniuses of the General Pavilion, who were watching the battle outside the Cool Breeze Valley, shouted one after another. It was as if by doing so, their voices would be able to reach the ears of the 5th-ranked expert on the Cool Breeze list. This person couldn't hear the sound of the outside world at all. Seeing that Chunzong didn't retreat but took the initiative to rush over, he suddenly revealed a sinister smile, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Just as well, if the other party turned around and ran, then he would have to waste his time and energy chasing after them. Perhaps the 2 of them would run separately, leaving him with no choice but to kill one of them. Now, not only did he not run away, he even took the initiative to rush over and deliver his head. Kill. The 5th-ranked cultivator of the Qing Feng list immediately attacked with his spear. That spear attack was like a poisonous dragon coming out of its cave. It contained an incredible amount of power. A violent storm condensed at the tip of the spear. It seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Unique skill. It was a low-grade star-level secret technique. Every expert on the Cool Breeze list had mastered a secret technique, and at least one of them was a low-grade star-level secret technique. Chunzong's eyes shone with a divine light. His body accelerated again in an instant. Endless Sword Chi condensed on the Great Wide World Sword in an instant, filling the air with an extreme sharpness that could tear everything apart. Heart Swordsmanship, the space-splitting style, cut. Although the Great Wide World Sword contained the power of the World Tao, it couldn't enhance the Heart Tao. Naturally, it couldn't directly enhance the power of the space-splitting style of the Heart Swordsmanship. However, Chunzong had already upgraded the space-splitting style to an upper-grade star-level secret technique, so it possessed a terrifying power. The space-splitting style of the sky-splitting style of the Spear Radiance was instantly split, and it continued to press forward with an irresistible force. The 5th-ranked cultivator of the Cool Breeze list suddenly changed his expression. The astonishing sharpness of the Spear Radiance made him feel cold all over. He couldn't help but tremble, and an indescribable sense of fear emerged from the depths of his heart and body and exploded in an instant. He couldn't block it. His eyes were filled with the extremely sharp sword radiance. It was invincible. Slash! The sword radiance dissipated, and Chunzong sheathed his sword. A beam of red light shot up into the sky and exploded in the air. He won. The genius of the Four Extremes Alliance, who was being chased, was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he hadn't seen wrongly. Chunzong had killed the 5th-ranked cultivator of the Cool Breeze list with a single sword strike. Since when did he become so powerful? Next, the genius of the Four Extremes Alliance followed Chunzong. By doing so, he would undoubtedly reduce the risk of being killed, and he would try his best to obtain as many resources as possible. Time flew. From time to time, blue lights would shoot up into the sky. The geniuses of the Four Extremes Alliance were killed. There weren't many experts in the Four Extremes Alliance. Excluding Chunzong, there were only 3 people who could confront the geniuses of the headquarters. They were the Luo Shihan sect and a few others. However, their strength was at the bottom of the Cool Breeze list. Once they encountered the top 5 experts of the Cool Breeze list, they would be killed in a single battle. Tai Jianling found the 3rd-ranked expert of the Cool Breeze list and told him that he had been killed by Chunzong. He wasn't afraid of losing face because of this. Are you sure that Chunzong is really that powerful? The 3rd-ranked expert of the Cool Breeze list frowned and looked serious. That's right. Tai Jianling's tone was also very serious. Even if you and I join forces, I'm afraid we can't defeat him. However, if we join forces with Hualong, we should be able to defeat him. Hualong, the 3rd-ranked expert of the Cool Breeze list, muttered to himself. Hualong was the current number 1 expert of the Cool Breeze list, because the previous number 1 and number 2 on the Cool Breeze list had already reached the Divine Form realm. There was no doubt that Hualong's strength was much stronger than Tai Jianling's. However, Tai Jianling was treating Chunzong with such caution, which meant that Chunzong's strength had indeed improved significantly. The two immediately took action to find Hualong. Hualong killed a genius of the Four Extremes Alliance with a single slash and a blue light soared into the sky. Hearing Tai Jianling's words, Hualong smiled. Is that so? I'm interested. Let's go. The 3 of them immediately took action to find Chunzong. Although the terrain of the Cool Breeze Valley was complicated, it wasn't very big. It wasn't too difficult to find Chunzong. With senior brother Hualong and the other 2 joining forces, Chunzong is doomed this time. Outside the Cool Breeze Valley, the geniuses of the main tower were all delighted. On the other hand, the Four Extremes Alliance looked serious. With Hualong, Tai Jianling, and the other top 3 experts of the Cool Breeze list joining forces, would Chunzong be a match for them? It would be very difficult. Chunzong was probably no match for them. However, whether Chunzong was a match for them or not, he still encountered Hualong and the other 2. Chunzong, you're doomed this time. Tai Jianling's eyes emitted a sharp, cold light. His divine form appeared, and purple lightning exploded. His sword pierced through the air to kill Chunzong. Hualong and the 3rd expert of the Cool Breeze list also attacked at the same time. There was no need to talk nonsense. In order to prevent Chunzong from escaping, they should kill him as quickly as possible, find him, and kill him again. They should kill him 3 times and eliminate Chunzong. However, Chunzong didn't plan to escape. Instead, he was a little excited. 3 experts. 3 top 3 experts of the Cool Breeze list joining forces. Their strength was definitely not weak. Chunzong might be able to fight them with his full strength. Chunzong was very eager to fight with his full strength. Tai Jianling used a sword, Hualong used a saber, and the 3rd expert of the Cool Breeze list used a long-handled axe. They looked very fierce. Kill. The 3 of them attacked in an instant. Each of their attacks was extremely powerful. They were all Great Path unique techniques. The 3 of them didn't plan to fight Chunzong at all. They wanted to kill Chunzong directly. This was a life-and-death battle. They were competing for the cultivation resources for the next 10 years. Chunzong also didn't plan to fight. He used his killing move as soon as he attacked. The Heart Swordsmanship, the space-splitting move, broke through the air with an extremely sharp sword. Fight! Chunzong fought against 3 top 3 experts of the Cool Breeze list by himself. He showed his amazing strength. When he was close to them, Chunzong used the Heart Swordsmanship and the World Swordsmanship to kill them. Then, he added in a more powerful Great Path unique technique. He was not at a disadvantage at all when fighting against 3 experts. Kill him with your full strength. Hualong was actually very shocked. He didn't expect Chunzong to be so powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, Hualong burst out with a secret technique. A terrifying aura shrouded his body, and his strength became more and more shocking. Lightning burst out from Tai Jianling's body and shot up into the sky. He also burst out with a secret technique. The third expert of the cool breeze list raised his long-handled axe. A huge shadow spread out from it, and his power increased dramatically. Full strength. The three of them all burst out with their secret techniques and full strength. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong also put his fingers together like a sword and wiped the sword edge. In an instant, an astonishingly powerful sword chi was stimulated. It swept out like a raging wave and covered the body of the great thousand-world sword. An extremely shocking aura filled the air. The world swordsmanship suppressing mountains and rivers. The sword suddenly slashed down. The sword chi of mountains and rivers burst out, and the illusory images of mountains and rivers surrounded it. With the amplification of the great thousand-world sword and the third level of the sword sharpening technique, the power of the sword increased dramatically. The suppressive power spread out, as if directly suppressing everything. Hua Long and the other two felt suffocated. However, the power of a unique technique that the three of them burst out together was also very powerful. They blocked the attack. Chunzong slashed out a second time. In an instant, the will of his world, Tao, directly erupted forth. It was like the dome of the heavens was crashing down, transforming into a boundless earth that directly descended from the heavens, suppressing everything. At the same time, the earth in that area also started to crumble under the pressure of the pressure. The world sword technique, heaven falls and earth rends. This was the second unique technique of the world sword principle that Chunzong had created. Its grade had surpassed the suppressing mountain and river sword and had reached the supreme grade. This was the strongest sword technique that Chunzong had mastered. Under the amplification of the great thousand-world sword and the third level of the sword sharpening technique, its power had reached a very terrifying level. Suppress. The space seemed to be directly suppressed. Whether it was Tai Jianling or Hua Long, their expressions changed greatly. They were extremely shocked and felt that they were frozen. For a moment, they felt that they could not move. Kill. The three of them trembled under the heaven and earth-shattering sword. They spat out blood continuously. Then, they were killed by Chunzong one after another. 3 kills. In an instant, 3 rays of red light shot up into the sky and exploded high in the sky. This scene made the spectators outside Cool Breeze Valley speechless. It also made the people inside Cool Breeze Valley shocked when they saw it. 3 rays of red light shot up at the same time from the same place. This meant that 3 supreme talents from the headquarters had been killed together. Chapter 2637. We won. This time, we finally won again. Chunzong is too strong. We won the first battle because of him. This time, we won again because of him. Fortunately, Chunzong didn't quit the Four Poles Alliance and join the General Building. Outside the Cool Breeze Valley, the geniuses of the Four Poles Alliance were all excited. However, the geniuses of the General Building were silent and depressed. They lost. The General Building had lost. The final score was 7-3. The total number of deaths of the General Building's geniuses was 21, while the number of deaths of the Four Poles Alliance's geniuses was less, only 9. It was all because of Chunzong. If it weren't for Chunzong, the Four Poles Alliance would have been lucky to get 10% of the total number of deaths. In other words, Chunzong alone won 60% of the total number of deaths, which was amazing. There was nothing they could do about it, because Chunzong was too strong. He faced the top 3 of the Cool Breeze leaderboard alone, and not only did he not die, but he also killed them all. Who could resist such strength? Inside the Four Poles Alliance, everyone gathered. The depressed atmosphere of the past had disappeared and was replaced by excitement and joy. They finally won again. After winning the first battle, they had suffered several defeats, even crushing defeats, which had been a big blow. Before the battle this time, they had regained their morale. However, because of the loss of a place on the Cool Breeze leaderboard and the betrayal of Wu Wang Linqi, they suffered a heavy blow again. Their morale that had just been regained was reduced by half. Fortunately, Chunzong's strength was unexpectedly strong. He turned the tide by himself and defeated the geniuses of the General Building. Even if the top 3 of the Cool Breeze leaderboard joined forces, they were still no match for Chunzong. Kill, kill, kill. He was invincible. If it weren't for the complicated terrain of the cool breeze valley, it wouldn't have been so easy to find the others. If it weren't for the fact that they had used up 30 deaths, the geniuses of the general building would have been killed by Chunzong several more times. One man and one sword really dominated the whole field. 60%. Of the 70% of the resources that the Four Extremes Alliance obtained, 60% was obtained by Chunzong alone, while the remaining 10% was obtained through the efforts of others. Gratitude. Everyone from the Four Extremities Alliance was extremely grateful to Chunzong. If it weren't for Chunzong, the Four Extremities Alliance would have suffered another crushing defeat. Chunzong was also very happy. 70% of the resources meant that in the next 10 years, he would have 7 years to enter the Enlightenment Pagoda and other places to meditate and cultivate. It would definitely help him improve faster. But then again, that was not necessarily the case. After all, his current strength was not weak. He was strong enough to challenge the Cool Breeze list. After leaving the Four Poles Alliance, Chunzong directly challenged Hualong, who was ranked first on the Breeze list. Hualong's face turned green, but in the end, he did not fight with Chunzong. Instead, he directly admitted defeat. There was no other way. In the Cool Breeze Valley, they had fought more than once. Even when it was a few against one, he was still defeated by Chunzong. Now, in a one-on-one battle, needless to say, he was no match for them at all. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. Although it was reasonable for Hualong to admit defeat, it also pushed Chunzong's prestige to a higher level. Chunzong directly ranked first on the Breeze list and enjoyed the privileges of the Breeze list. He did not need to be allocated any resources. He could directly obtain all the cultivation resources. After that, Chunzong used all the resources in the headquarters to cultivate wholeheartedly. Originally, Chunzong had reached a limit because of his own body. Limited by his body, even if he had a strong comprehension ability and the help of the Heart Sutra, the improvement in other aspects was extremely slow. However, this time, because he had obtained the core inheritance of the World Lord, obtained the mysterious seed, and established a bloodline connection with the seed, Chunzong had also obtained great benefits. The mysterious power and vitality contained in the seed were mixed and integrated into Chunzong's body. The essence of Chunzong's body was enhanced, but it did not change Chunzong's human bloodline. In other words, it optimized Chunzong's bloodline and greatly increased the potential contained in it. Because of this, Chunzong's cultivation strength was significantly enhanced. In another way, Chunzong's comprehensive strength was enhanced. His potential was also expanded. The upper limit of his cultivation in all aspects was raised again. In other words, Chunzong did not need to think about the divine form origin restoration because he had not completely reached the limit. The limit had been increased. It's a pity that I have the inheritance of the world Tao, but not the inheritance of the heart Tao. The speed of improvement is not as fast as the world Tao. Chunzong could not help but think to himself. Because of the inheritance of the World Lord, the comprehension of the world Tao was more direct, and the speed of improvement was naturally faster. However, the heart Tao could only be comprehended with one's own ability. The speed of improvement would undoubtedly be much slower. For example, Chunzong's most powerful heart sword technique with a high-grade, star-level absolute art. However, the world sword technique's most powerful absolute art was a supreme grade absolute art. The difference of one grade was immeasurable. It should be noted that only a few people on the divine general ranking list had mastered supreme grade absolute art. Even some fourth realm experts might not be able to master a high-grade absolute art, let alone a supreme grade absolute art. However, at the very most, there were less than 10,000 third realm cultivators who could master superior grade, star-level secret techniques. In fact, there were even fewer. However, given how vast the universe was, there were countless third realm cultivators. Less than 10,000 was just an insignificant number among them. As for those who mastered supreme grade absolute art, there were even fewer. After that, Chunzong's cultivation started to become very regular. He often meditated at the various cultivation resources in the trade wind brothel. His potential was constantly being developed, and his strength was also gradually increasing. In his energy reserve, the mysterious green seed was constantly releasing layers of green halos. Chinzong could also feel his strength being absorbed by the seed bit by bit. However, at this speed of absorption, Chinzong could completely keep up with his recovery speed. It would not bring any harm to him. Until now, Chinzong still did not know what kind of seed this seed was. The only benefit he obtained was that the strong and pure energy that emerged from the seed when he first grasped it could purify his bloodline, improve his physique, and strengthen his potential. He also obtained some memory fragments. The benefits that those memory fragments brought to Chinzong were also very shocking. In the past, those who were able to pass the various tests and finally swallow the seeds all had extraordinary abilities. Ordinary geniuses could not compare to them. At the very least, they were top geniuses who could be listed on the divine general ranking. From those memory fragments, Chinzong sorted out two great way swordsmanship. Based on the cultivation experience of the memory fragments, he quickly mastered them to the perfection level. Then, he integrated them into the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. In addition, what he gained from comprehending the sword scars and the divine martial jade annulus was also integrated into the two swordsmanships, greatly increasing the power of the two swordsmanships. 10th level AO Wu. AO Wu was already in the supreme realm. Compared with the 9th level AO Wu, there was a huge difference in power. At this point, it could be said that Chinzong had reached an amazing level in the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. Although they were still in the perfection level, they were very superior in the perfection level. Then, Chinzong issued challenges on the divine general list. He pointed his sword at the 6,000th place and challenged and defeated him. Then, he pointed his sword at the 5,000th place and challenged and defeated him again. Then, Chinzong pointed his sword at the 4,000th place. This battle was more difficult, but Chinzong won in the end. After repeated challenges and victories, Chinzong's ranking on the divine general list continued to rise. Finally, he stopped at the 3,200th place. Among the 3,000th place, there were either top geniuses in the divine forms of origin returning, or people with terrifying bloodline power or amazing innate physiques. In short, all of them were very amazing and powerful. Although Chinzong's current strength was very strong, it had not reached the peak. There was still room for improvement. Even if he reached the peak, he could still step into the divine forms of origin returning and increase his strength again. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. Chinzong's strength had increased significantly. His progress in all aspects was astonishing. However, the mysterious seed in his sea of qi had not changed at all. It was still slowly absorbing Chinzong's power. He didn't know when other changes would occur. A new round of battles had begun. The experts of the Cool Wind list were also allowed to participate in the battles. Chinzong, who was ranked first on the Cool Wind list, possessed a terrifying strength that made people feel despair. In the end, the Four Extremes Alliance took the majority of the resources while the headquarters took the minority. Those geniuses from the branches of the Four Extremes Alliance and joined the head building's camp began to feel regret, because they did not have a good life in the head building. The head building's geniuses did not treat them well. Before, they could enjoy the best resources, so of course, they would endure it. But now, the resource allocation had decreased because of the Four Extremes Alliance. Even if they joined the head building, in essence, they came from the branches of the Four Extremes Alliance. Naturally, they were treated worse. However, there was no other way. When they made the decision to leave the Four Extremes Alliance and join the head building, it was an act of betrayal. Now, they had to pay the price for their betrayal. Of course, some people contacted the Four Extremes Alliance and wanted to leave the head building's camp and return to the Four Extremes Alliance. However, almost everyone in the Four Extremes Alliance agreed. If they left, they should not come back. He was the only one who could understand the bitterness in his heart. As time passed, Chinzong's potential was further enhanced and stimulated. He was comprehending and cultivating every moment. His strength was also increasing rapidly. Today, when Shi came to visit, under Chinzong's guidance, when Shi's true gang swordsmanship had improved a lot from the complete realm. It was becoming more and more amazing. Coupled with the years of cultivation, his strength had also improved. Now, he admired and even worshipped Chunzong very much. The purpose of this visit was to invite Chunzong to participate in a treasure hunt. Chapter 2638. There were 3 Emperor-level forces on the Myriad Origin Island. They were the Myriad Fish Sect, the Palace of Origin, and the Trade Wind Tower. The Myriad Fish Sect and the Palace of Origin were the earliest forces on the Myriad Origin Island. They were extremely old, while the Trade Wind Tower was a relatively new force. Therefore, Xinfeng Tower's overall strength was still a little inferior to Wanyuan Sect and Yuanyuan Palace. In addition to the 3 Emperor-level forces, there were many other forces on Wanyuan Island, including Emperor-level forces and King-level forces. In addition to the many forces, there were also many rogue cultivators. In the beginning, there was a temporary rogue cultivator market in the central area of Wanyuan Island. Rogue cultivators often gathered there. After all, rogue cultivators were relatively lacking in resources. They had to use all kinds of methods to obtain the resources they needed. However, sometimes the resources they obtained were not suitable for their own use. What could they do? Trade. They would trade with other rogue cultivators or those from sects and forces. However, many sects and forces were powerful and had a tough attitude. Often, they would make rogue cultivators pay a higher price for only a smaller gain. Thus, the Rogue Cultivator Assembly was born. In the beginning, the Rogue Cultivator Assembly was not very fixed, and the scale was not very large. It was not very safe, and there were often cases of murder and robbery. Later, the experts in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance volunteered to come out and oversee the assembly in order to give the rogue cultivators a better future. However, although the assembly was stabilized, the deterrence of the rogue cultivator experts was not enough. There were still some unnecessary troubles. After all, as the assembly became bigger and bigger, it attracted many disciples from sect forces. Conflicts were inevitable. This was because many geniuses from sect forces did not think highly of rogue cultivators. When conflicts broke out and expanded, the expert from sect forces would also take action, resulting in a great war. The rogue cultivators could not withstand it at all, causing many casualties. In the end, the mysterious leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance showed up and directly displayed his monstrous strength. His divine power was shocking, and he suppressed everything. In the end, the strongest expert from the 3 Emperor-level forces took action one after another. In the end, the leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was not at a disadvantage, establishing his reputation as the strongest expert on Wanyuan Island. With the protection of the number 1 expert of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, the Rogue Cultivator Gathering had officially stabilized. All the rules had been set, and anyone who entered the gathering had to abide by them. Those from the sect had naturally received an internal warning from the sect that they were not allowed to cause trouble in the Rogue Cultivator Assembly. Otherwise, they would be dealt with according to the sect rules. It couldn't be helped. The leader of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance had the biggest fist and was the strongest person on Wanyuan Island. The rules set by such a strong person had to be obeyed, unless one had the strength to break the rules. Of course, if they left the gathering place, they could beat them up however they wanted. Even if they beat their brains out, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance Master wouldn't care about them at all. As time passed, more and more people joined the gathering. The sect also officially joined the gathering. In the end, the name of the gathering was changed to the Myriad Origin Gathering. This place was called the Myriad Origin Gathering. It was a gathering that belonged to the entire Myriad Origin Island. The Myriad Origin Gathering was open all the time. People from the sect or rogue cultivators would set up stalls to sell the treasures they didn't need. In addition, there would also be people who would specially accept some business here, such as escorting, adventuring, hunting, and so on. Anything that could earn them cosmos, divine crystals, or other valuable things could be found here. However, every once in a while, a large gathering would be held in the Myriad Origin Gathering. Just like a market, it would become livelier and the probability of good things appearing would be much higher than usual. When Shi and Chunzong left the Trade Wind restaurant and arrived at the Myriad Origin Gathering, Currently, a city wall had been built around the Myriad Origin Gathering. It was used to separate the inside and outside of the Myriad Origin Gathering. No fighting was allowed in the Myriad Origin Gathering. If one wanted to fight, one had to leave the Myriad Origin Gathering and go outside the city wall. Furthermore, one couldn't damage the city wall. Otherwise, one would have to pay compensation. Even though the city wall was built, it didn't have a gate. There were some gaps that were left open like doors. There weren't any guards, allowing people to enter and exit as they wished. Stepping into the Myriad Origin Gathering, Chinzong saw many stalls on both sides of the road. There were big and small stalls, and some items were placed on them in an orderly manner. Brother Chun, the large gathering should be up ahead, Wen Shi said, while looking at the items on both sides of the stalls. He wanted to see if he could find any treasures. There were a lot of miscellaneous things on those stalls. There were stones, rusty metal pieces, weapon fragments, and so on. There were also some things that looked like grass and tree roots, and there were also things that looked like tokens. In short, there were all kinds of strange things. Among them, it was possible to find some valuable treasures. Of course, one had to depend on luck, and two had to depend on one's eyesight. It was just that the probability of finding a treasure was too low. However, there were always people who wanted to try their luck and see if they could find any treasures that would increase the value of their items by more than 100 times. It was precisely in such a situation that many people would think of ways to find some seemingly mysterious ancient objects to set up their stalls. There were even people who would specially create fake objects that looked very ancient and use them to fool people. Of course, there was an equal exchange here. There was no coercion. Therefore, if they bought something worthless, they couldn't blame the stall owner. They couldn't cause trouble and could only admit that they were at a disadvantage. Other than those strange things that were more fake than real, there were also people who were selling normal things. For example, divine weapons, pills, ores, and so on. They were clearly marked with prices or specified what they could exchange for. The true essence of the Myriad Origin Gathering was that it was held once in a while. However, there was no specific time for the gathering. It would be held once there were enough treasures. The treasures at the gathering had all been appraised by famous people. At least one thing was guaranteed, and that was that there wouldn't be any fake goods. It was guaranteed that everything that appeared at the gathering was valuable. Of course, the level of value was relative. To a certain extent, the gathering was equivalent to a treasure auction. When Chinzong and Wen Shi arrived, there were already many people gathered here. They were all waiting for the gathering to begin. Time passed slowly. When Chinzong walked over, he didn't see anything that interested him. At first glance, he intuitively felt that some of the items were fake. Some of them were real, but he didn't feel anything special. After Chinzong scanned them with his divine thoughts, he didn't feel anything and directly lost interest. It wasn't that easy to find treasures. He couldn't have any hope. Now he just had to wait for the gathering to begin and see if there were any good things that were useful to him. Even when he left the Tradewind brothel and came to the Myriad Origin Gathering, Chinzong's Heart Sutra was running all the time. He constantly comprehended the mysteries of the Great Tao and swordsmanship, accumulating and improving himself little by little. In the end, a quantitative change led to a qualitative change. Due to that mysterious seed, Chinzong's human bloodline had been purified and strengthened. His potential had also increased. As a result, Chinzong's improvement became more obvious. His strength was accumulating bit by bit and steadily improving. When his current potential was developed to the extreme, he had to prepare for the breakthrough to the fourth realm. Of course, the divine aspect was only the first step to the breakthrough to the fourth realm. In addition, he had to make a breakthrough in his comprehension of the Great Tao. There was also the improvement of his martial arts, the qualitative change of his cultivation strength, and so on. Every breakthrough and improvement of a major realm was a qualitative change in all aspects. Chinzong looked around and paid attention to the crowd. He immediately saw people wearing long robes embroidered with a blade pattern. That was the symbol of the Wanren sect, indicating that those people were from the Wanren sect. There was also a whirlpool-like symbol embroidered on their robes, indicating that they were from the Palace of Origin. It was very easy to identify them. In addition, there were other symbols, such as a palm print, a drop of blood, a scratch, and so on. They all represented different forces. At a glance, Chunzong saw at least a dozen people from different forces gathered here. In addition, there was a group of itinerant cultivators, men and women, old and young. There were all kinds of people. At this moment, an old man in a black robe with golden dragon pattern stepped forward. His aura was indescribable, and it fluctuated endlessly like a vast ocean. It swept past like a storm and enveloped the entire area. Instantly, all the clamorous discussions fell silent. Everyone, welcome to the new round of the Great Assembly. The old man in the black robe with golden dragon patterns had a solemn expression. His tone was condensed with an indescribable power, directly striking at the hearts of the people. The Great Assembly is about to begin. Please maintain silence and order. Everyone quieted down, giving him face. Of course, they had to give him face because this old man was a sixth realm cultivator from the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. His strength was extraordinary. This time, there are a total of 663 treasures. All of them have been carefully collected and appraised by our Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. There will not be any fraud. All right, I announce the start of the Great Assembly. The old man in the black robe with golden dragon patterns said seriously, "Present all the treasures." As soon as he finished speaking, treasures were presented one after another. They circled around and spread out. There were more than 600 treasures in total. Each treasure had a transparent cover covering it. This transparent cover had astonishing defensive power. Even if a sixth realm cultivator attacked, they would not be able to break it in an instant. There were quite a few strong cultivators keeping watch in the surroundings. There were even 6th level, Emperor level strong cultivators. There were even 7th level, Emperor level strong cultivators secretly keeping watch. It would not be an easy task to try and snatch it. Most likely, they would be surrounded and beaten to death. In short, there had never been any uncontrollable changes since the emergence of the Great Assembly. Everything was under control. 600 different types of treasures was actually not a lot. After all, there were tens of thousands of people present. Chapter 2639. Brother Chun, I'll go over there and have a look. When Shi's eyes shone brightly, he had a feeling that he was about to discover treasure. After saying that, he turned around and left to act alone. Chunzong smiled and quickly walked to the other side. There were a total of 600 treasures. They were either found within the Rogue Cultivator Alliance or accumulated through exchanging with the outside world. After the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's insistence, they eliminated those fake or worthless treasures and selected the valuable ones to be used in this grand assembly. Of course, they were valuable, but as to how valuable they were, no one knew. This was because even the appraisers of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance could not determine the specific use of some of them. They could only confirm that they were not fake. That was all. Chunzong walked around with great interest. He walked past one treasure after another, stopping for a moment before each treasure to observe it carefully. However, the transparent cover not only had an amazing defensive power, it could also block the probing of divine sense, making it impossible for people to see the details of the treasures. In this grand assembly, one had to rely on one's eyesight and luck. Chunzong kept glancing around and found that some of the treasures, he could roughly tell what they were and what they were used for at a glance. However, they were of no use to him and did not have much value. Chunzong was not interested in them. Beside each treasure, there was a clear price, such as the price of Cosmos Divine Crystals and so on. Of course, this was not the final price, but the starting price. If someone took a fancy to it, they could name the price. However, if more people took a fancy to it, they would have to compete on the spot. In the end, the highest bidder would win. So people had already started bidding. If it were not for the fact that fighting was not allowed here, they would have already fought to the death. Even so, he still looked at them coldly. One had to know that this grand assembly was not like those auctions, where the rooms were isolated from the outside world. Therefore, it was usually not clear who had won the bid. Here, Everyone was directly facing each other, surrounding the treasures and bidding. It was very direct and clear. Suddenly, Chunzong stopped in his tracks again. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at something in the transparent barrier in front of him. It looked like a small blade. Chunzong couldn't take his eyes off it. He felt that the small blade looked familiar. No, it looked very familiar. Chunzong took a step forward and arrived in front of the treasure. He looked at the price tag on it. 300,000 Cosmos God Crystals. Speaking of which, this was not a cheap price. Around them, there were other people watching as well. However, no one made a bid because they didn't know what that small sword was. What was the use of it? Without hesitation, Chunzong directly bid 300,000 Cosmos God Crystals. Given Chunzong's current wealth, it was easy for him to take out 300,000 Cosmos God Crystals. After bidding, there would be a waiting period. If no one else made a bid during the waiting period, then the item would belong to the bidder. About 30 breaths of time had passed. After Chunzong made his bid, he waited calmly. But in his heart, he was actually nervous, because Chunzong felt that this item would be very useful to him. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths had passed. Closely following that, another 20 breaths passed. There were only 10 breaths of time left before the time limit ended. Immediately, someone made a bid of 310,000 Cosmos God Crystals. After all, there were still some people surrounding the small sword. Even though some didn't know what it was, they still made a bid with the mentality of gambling. After 310,000, someone made a bid of 320,000. Just like a fuse, the number of people bidding increased gradually. Very soon, the price reached 400,000 Cosmos God Crystals. 500,000. Suddenly, 2 voices sounded at the same time. One was Chunzong, and the other was a young man with a sword on his back who had just arrived. Chunzong's gaze swept over instantly. He saw an extremely sharp gaze like the edge of a sword staring at him at the same time. With a flash of light, the other party's gaze pierced through everything like a sword breaking through space. It carried a shocking sword intent, as if it wanted to pierce through Chunzong's eyes. That sword intent had a shocking sharpness and madness. Following that, Chunzong's sword intent also burst out through his gaze. It collided in the air, causing invisible ripples to spread out like crazy waves. The sword intent surged, shocking everyone in the surroundings. Even some 4th-level experts were astonished. This level of sword intent was extremely profound. Even some 4th-level experts couldn't possess it. Sword Dao prodigies. These were 2 Sword Dao prodigies. It's the people from Myriad Rin sect and Trade Wind sect. Someone said in a low voice. That's Marquis Heavenscar from Myriad Rin sect, a Sword Dao prodigy ranked in the top 3,000 on the God General list. Someone recognized the young expert from Myriad Rin sect and exclaimed, "Who's the other one?" "I don't know. It's Violet Feather Cool Breeze, but he's definitely from Trade Wind sect." "Could he be Purple Thunder Swordsman Tai Jianling from Trade Wind sect?" "It doesn't seem like it." "Friend, this plaything might be useful to me. Please give me some face." Marquis Heavenscar from Myriad Rin sect was inwardly astonished by Chunzong's shocking sword intent. He spoke at the same time. His voice was like metal clashing, containing a shocking sharpness that seemed to be able to tear through everything. "I like it," Chunzong directly replied. "Since that's the case, then the highest bidder will get it." Marquis Heavenscar's eyes flashed. He sneered, 600,000. The surrounding people were shocked. After all, most of the people gathered here were at the 3rd level, with a few at the 4th level. Taking out 600,000 Cosmos God Crystals in one go was a huge sum to the majority of 3rd-level cultivators. Even some 4th-level cultivators wouldn't find it so easy. 1 million. Chunzong did not hesitate to raise the price. See, immediately, many people took in a cold breath. From 700,000 to 1 million, it was a shocking increase. Marquis Heavenscar's double pupils contracted to the size of needles. 1 million Cosmos God Crystals was definitely not a small sum to him. 1,100,000. Marquis Heavenscar bid again. However, unlike Qinzong, he didn't raise the price by a lot. At the same time, a terrifying sword intent rose from his body, condensing into an illusory sword image that locked onto Qinzong, using strength to suppress others. However, it didn't affect Qinzong at all. 1,500,000. Qinzong increased the price even more this time. He was determined to get it, because this small blade was almost identical to the one he obtained from the sword sharpening technique. Qinzong's intuition told him that this item was related to the sword sharpening mountain. Therefore, he had to get it. Who knows, there might be an even more advanced sword sharpening technique inside. Not to mention 1 million Cosmos God crystals. Even if it was 2 million or 3 million, Qinzong was willing to take it out as long as he had it. Cosmos God crystals were wealth. What was the point of saving money? Wasn't it so that he could make a move at the crucial moment? As for using up all the Cosmos God crystals, he could earn more. As long as he was stronger, he could earn more. On the other hand, if he wasn't strong enough, then he would only attract covetous eyes and fall into danger. Marquis Heavenscar's expression changed when he heard Qinzong's bid. This price was too high, 1,800,000. Gritting his teeth, Marquis Heavenscar bid an even higher price. This was already the limit he could take out. If not for the fact that he had just used up a sum of Cosmos God crystals, he could take out even more. 2 million. Qinzong did not hesitate to increase the price. It was a price that shocked everyone in the surroundings. It was also a price that made Marquis Heavenscar feel despair. Without speaking, Marquis Heavenscar's gaze became even sharper. It was like the edge of a sword that wanted to pierce through Qinzong. Spending 2 million Cosmos God crystals to purchase an item of unknown use, this price was simply too high. Perhaps it was a very good treasure, but it was full of uncertainty. The value of a treasure was relative. If it was suitable, its value would be high. If it wasn't suitable, its value would be low unless it was exchanged with others. If the price wasn't high, one could consider buying it and then reselling it. But now that the price had reached 2 million Cosmos God crystals, even some 4th-level experts would find it hard to take out such a price. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time continued to pass. Marquis Heavenscar's eyes looked at the small sword before looking at Qinzong. He could no longer afford a higher price. 1,800,000 Cosmos God crystals was his limit. It's better to be alive to obtain this item, Marquis Heavenscar finally said before turning and leaving. 30 breaths passed. That small sword belonged to Qinzong, and Qinzong had also paid a high price of 2 million Cosmos God crystals for it. After handing over 2 million Cosmos God crystals, the protective barrier was opened, allowing Qinzong to personally take that small sword. Of course, there would be experts from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance watching from the side to prevent others from snatching it. In the past, there had indeed been similar cases, but those who tried to snatch it were killed before they could even get the item. They died a miserable death. The moment the small sword entered his hands, Qinzong was certain that it was a sword related to the Grinding Sword Mountain. Or it could be said that it was a token similar to the Grinding Sword command from before. Perhaps it really was a Grinding Sword command. Qinzong could not help but feel his heart burning. If it really was a Grinding Sword command, after deciphering the sword patterns on it, he would have a new harvest. Of course, it was also possible that he would not gain anything. This was a huge gamble, a gamble of 2 million Cosmos God crystals. That was a sum that Qinzong had spent dozens of years accumulating. If he really did not gain anything, it would mean that the wealth that Qinzong had accumulated over the years would be gone. Not long later, Qinzong found Wenshi and told him that he planned to return to the Tradewind sect. As for Wenshi, he had not found anything that he liked and planned to stay for a while. Carrying the small sword, Qinzong flew out of the Myriad Origin Gathering. A gaze was staring at Qinzong from afar. Seeing that Qinzong was heading out of the Myriad Origin Gathering, that person sneered. His eyes were cold. With a flash, he hurriedly followed, rushing out of the Myriad Origin Gathering right after Qinzong. Chapter 2640. Let's go. Quick, someone's trying to kill us for our treasures again. Within the Myriad Origin Pagoda, many people with sharp eyes and ears noticed the commotion and then moved out of the pagoda successively. Killing people for treasures was a common occurrence in the Myriad Origin gathering. Of course, sometimes it wasn't for treasures, but for revenge. Outside the 10,000 Origin gathering, Chunzong was stopped. The person who stopped him was the top genius of the 10,000 Origin sect who had competed with Chunzong for the sword sharpening token. He was ranked in the top 3,000 on the Divine General ranking, Marquis Tianhen. The people of the Trade Wind House are in trouble. They've been targeted by Marquis Tianhen. Rumor has it that Marquis Tianhen's sword is able to leave marks in the sky. That's why he's called Marquis Tianhen. Marquis Tianhen's eyes were filled with cold intent. A strand of silver light was circulating in his pupils. The sky-splitting sword intent pierced through his pupils and shot towards Chunzong. Chunzong's heart trembled. The opponent's sword intent was so strong. However, Chunzong's sword intent was not weak either. The world sword intent burst out with shocking power. The two sword intents clashed, causing countless sounds to resound in the air. Hand over the treasure and break one of your arms. Then you can live. Marquis Tianhen's voice was extremely cold. Chunzong responded by unsheathing his sword. Sword chi surged, and the sword intent intensified. Oh, it seems like you're planning to resist. Marquis Tianhen was slightly startled at first. Then, the coldness in his eyes intensified. The sword on his back was instantly unsheathed, emitting a dazzling light. The silver light was extremely dazzling. It brought along a terrifying sharpness as it slashed down. Slash! Without any hesitation, Marquis Tianhen's sword slashed down. The silver sword light was extremely dazzling. It contained a terrifying sharpness that cut through everything between heaven and earth. Sky-splitting sword art. The great Dao sword art that Marquis Tianhen grasped was the sky-splitting sword art. It was a powerful great Dao sword art. It was one of the great Dao sword art inheritances of the Myriad Origin sect. When Marquis Tianhen used the sky-splitting sword art, Chunzong was shocked. This was because the sky-splitting sword art's power had reached the 9th step AO Wu level. However, it was still lacking compared to Chunzong's heart sword art and the world sword art, because the heart sword art and the world sword art were at the 10th step AO Wu and AO Wu. However, this heavenly scar sword Marquis had the innate sword king body. He was born with the ability to condense sword yuan, a sword yuan that surpassed the limits. Speaking of which, Chunzong's current power was at the level of an innate spiritual body. There was a clear gap between it and an innate king body. However, Chunzong's great Dao sword art was even stronger. The world sword art burst out. A sword slashed out, carrying an extremely shocking power. It was domineering and powerful. Sword to Marquis Tianhen was also shocked by Chunzong's strength. How could he be so strong? Shortly after, he pushed the sky-splitting sword art to the extreme. Every sword brought out a shocking silver light, as if it could tear through everything. Chunzong was not afraid at all. He also pushed the world sword art to the extreme. Everyone watching the battle from afar was shocked. Who is that person from the Trade Wind House? He can actually fight with sword to this extent. What a brilliant great Dao sword art. It's clearly more brilliant than sword to Marquis Tianhen. It's just that his innate strength is not as good as sword to Marquis Tianhen. Everyone was guessing who the person in the purple rain clear wind robe was. Chunzong was usually too low-key. After coming to the headquarters of the Trade Wind House, he had been cultivating in the Trade Wind House. Even though he was already on the Divine General ranking, not many people knew about him. However, sword to Marquis Tianhen was different. He had been famous for a long time. Moreover, he was a genius of the Wanling sect long ago. Therefore, when they saw that Chunzong could fight with sword to Marquis Tianhen, they were shocked. He must be an expert on the Divine General ranking, said someone. The others nodded in agreement. However, they couldn't figure out who was on the Divine General ranking list. Besides, to be able to fight against Marquis Tianhen meant that his ranking on the Divine General ranking list wasn't low. Sword to Marquis Tianhen pushed the sky-splitting sword art to the extreme. However, he could not do anything to Chinzong. He was extremely shocked. In an instant, his power exploded. The tyrannical sharpness reached the extreme. He raised his sword, and a shocking sword chi burst out. Under the support of the sky-splitting sword intent, he slashed down. A sword aura that was dozens of feet long cut through the sky. It was invincible. Upper Star Grade Secret Art. A sword that could cut through the sky and split the earth. Chinzong also slashed out with his sword. World Grade Sword Art Suppressing Mountains and Rivers. A sword that could suppress mountains and rivers. The sword chi of mountains and rivers surrounded the surroundings. In an instant, the mountains and rivers were split by Sword Marquis Tianhen's sword. The power of this sword was extremely terrifying. It could cut through the sky and split the earth. It had a shocking power that no one could block. However, although the suppressing mountains and rivers were split, it still burst out with a powerful power and blocked Sword Marquis Tianhen's sword attack. Sword of Marquis Tianhen immediately slashed out a second sword attack. It was even more tyrannical and shocking. It was an extreme star grade secret art. World grade sword art, Heaven Falls, and Earth Rends. Without hesitation, Chinzong also used an extreme star grade secret art and slashed out with his sword. In an instant, the sky and earth were turned upside down. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. That might was truly too shocking. For a time, it caused everyone to feel extremely horrified. Even if they were far away, they still felt as if they were being directly suppressed. It was difficult to breathe, as if they were suffocating. Sword Marquis Tianhen was even more shocked. The power of his great Dao sword art was inferior to his opponent. Now that he had used an extreme star-grade secret art, he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. He only had a slight advantage. Who was this person? Chinzong's ranking on the Divine General ranking was outside the top 3,000, while Sword Marquis Tianhen was in the top 3,000. However, he still hadn't reached Origin Returning, so there was still room for improvement. However, Chinzong's ranking didn't represent his current strength, because compared to when he obtained the ranking, Chinzong's strength had increased by a lot. Even if there was a gap between him and Sword Marquis Tianhen, it wasn't too big. In addition, Chinzong had refined his physique. His physique was extremely powerful, and he had a stronger ability to resist attacks. Fight! Whether it was the clash of Great Dao Sword Arts or Great Dao Secret Arts, Chinzong wasn't inferior. In fact, he even had the upper hand in the clash of Great Dao Sword Arts. Retreat. Borrowing the force of the clash, Sword Marquis Tianhen instantly retreated. His left hand was like a sword as it swept across the sword's edge. In an instant, a strong and pure sword chi was activated, emitting a shocking power. Sword Sharpening Art. Moreover, it was the third stage of the sword sharpening art, which could increase the power by 3 times. It was extremely terrifying. Chinzong didn't hesitate to use his fingers as a sword as well. He swept across the Great Thousand World sword's edge, activating the hidden power within. The sword chi swept out like a raging wave. The third stage of the sword sharpening art. You really know the sword sharpening art. Seeing this, Sword Marquis Tianhen squinted his eyes, condensing them into a line. Moreover, based on his experience and feeling, Chinzong had obviously cultivated the sword sharpening art to the third stage, the same as him. It seemed that Chinzong's sword sharpening art was at most the third stage. He didn't know if Chinzong had the fourth or fifth stage. If the third stage of the sword sharpening art could increase the power by 3 times, then wouldn't the fourth stage be 4 times, and the fifth stage 5 times? It was shocking just thinking about it. Therefore, the small sword that Chinzong had bid for, which was the so-called sword sharpening token, might contain some secrets. It might be the continuation of the sword sharpening art. If he could obtain it, it would be extremely shocking for him to increase the power of his trump card. Strike. Supreme Star ranks Secret Art against Supreme Star ranks Secret Art. The third stage of the sword sharpening art against the third stage of the sword sharpening art. With the power increased by 3 times, it was extremely terrifying. The expressions of the spectators changed as they involuntarily retreated further away, fearing that they would be affected by the shockwaves. The two extremely terrifying sword lights collided directly. In an instant, the ground cracked, and the void seemed to be shattered as countless cracks appeared. Astonishing power crazily rushed in all directions, crushing everything. Amidst the endless sword chi and dust, two figures charged forward instead of retreating. The two swords clashed as they fought in close combat. Chunzong used the heart sword art and the world sword art at the same time. Unexpectedly, his sword went around Marquis Tianhen and slashed at him. The shocking power instantly tore his robe apart. However, his robe wasn't an ordinary item. It had a shocking defensive ability. While it blocked Chunzong's sword, it also bought him some time to react. As an expert ranked in the top 3,000 on the Divine General ranking, Marquis Tianhen naturally had rich battle experience. It wasn't something that ordinary people could compare with. Tough. Chunzong also realized that Marquis Tianhen's strength was indeed shocking. It wouldn't be easy for him to defeat him. Even if he had the advantage, his opponent also had his own outstanding points. Sword chi flickered, and every move was fatal. In terms of secret arts, Marquis Tianhen had the upper hand. However, in terms of close combat, he was slightly inferior. Suddenly, Marquis Tianhen made a prompt decision. He waved his left hand. An array of light soared into the sky. It exploded in the sky and turned into the shape of a huge blade. Signal. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Chunzong with just his sword, Marquis Tianhen sent out a signal to attract the other experts of the Wanling sect. Originally, he didn't want to use such a method. However, the small blade was too attractive to him. It was too important. What if there was a follow-up to the sword sharpening technique? Even if there wasn't, what if there were other secret arts of the sword sharpening mountain? All in all, he had to get it. Seeing that his opponent sent out a signal, Chunzong didn't hesitate to send out a signal from the Trade Wind sect. Although his strength wasn't weak among the Third Realm, it was still far from enough when compared to a Fourth Realm expert. If a Fourth or Fifth Realm expert came, he could be killed in an instant. Therefore, it was necessary to find a strong helper. Naturally, there would be experts from the Trade Wind sect coming to the Wanyuan gathering this time. After seeing the signal, they would rush over as soon as possible. Chapter 26:41. The powerful chi collided and surged in the void like a raging tide. The void seemed to be distorted by the collision of the two powerful chi. Light was refracted, and there seemed to be countless vortexes and cracks in the void. Just the collision of their auras was enough to create minute traces. It was enough to show just how powerful and terrifying the owners of the two auras were. In the distance, everyone was holding their breaths, afraid that they would disturb the two supreme experts. A middle-aged man stood beside Marquis Tianhen. His back was straight, and he did not seem to be carrying any weapons. However, his whole body emitted a terrifying aura like a divine blade. It was as if he was the blade, and the blade was him. There was no distinction between him and the blade. His eyes were like blades, as they emitted a monstrous saber aura. The saber aura was like a raging river as it charged forward in a mighty manner. It was as if it was going to crush and shatter everything in the space and on the ground into powder. However, such a shocking blade force was blocked when it rushed towards Chunzong. The person who blocked it was an elder in a purple robe. His figure was very tall and sturdy, like a diamond mountain. As he stood there, it was difficult for anything to penetrate him. The purple-robed elder's aura was extremely condensed, like a diamond that had been refined hundreds of times. It suppressed everything and directly collided with the opponent's blade aura. A terrifying sound was heard, shattering everything in the surroundings, whether it was the void, the earth, or the dust. Even if it was just a tiny bit, that tiny bit was enough to make Chunzong's heart tremble. It was as if he was facing a disaster. His expression was extremely solemn. An expert. This was the terrifying aura of a fifth-level King Realm expert. Marquis Tianhen released a signal flare to summon an expert from the Wanling sect. When he was about to suppress and capture Chunzong, an expert from the Trade Wind sect came to stop him. Now, The two experts released their chi and clashed with each other, secretly competing. In addition, the purple-robed elder had already asked about the situation. Blade River Emperor, in the Myriad Origin Gathering, the highest bidder wins. Since it belongs to us, the Trade Wind Tower, and you want to rob us, don't you think that's too low? The purple-robed elder released an extremely shocking and powerful aura as he laughed loudly. His voice was even more vast and mighty, spreading in all directions. When the middle-aged man from the 10,000 Walls sect heard this, his expression sank slightly. Naturally, he also knew what had happened. If the purple-robed old man, the Golden Dipper King, did not come, he would directly take action and capture Qinzong. At that time, it would be up to them to decide what to do with him. But now, the experts of the Tradewind sect had arrived just in time, and they were even the Golden Dipper King, who was in no way inferior to him. Even if he were to make a move, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the other party. In fact, the other party's roar was so loud that everyone could hear it clearly. This wasn't good for the 10,000 Walls sect's reputation. Even though everyone knew that there would definitely be many murders and robberies outside the Myriad Origin Gathering, but knowing was one thing, and it was only tacit understanding. "Let's go," Blade River Emperor said to Marquis Tianhen. Marquis Tianhen was furious. He really wanted the sword sharpening token. Unfortunately, he couldn't take down the other party. He summoned a king-level expert, and the other party also summoned a king-level expert. No one could do anything to the other. Since that was the case, he could only leave. Otherwise, would he stay and embarrass himself? Filled with unwillingness, Marquis Tianhen left with Blade River Emperor in the end. "Many thanks, Golden Dipper King." Qinzong saluted the purple-robed elder. "No need to be so polite." The purple-robed elder laughed. His voice was as loud as a bell, causing the surroundings to tremble. "I'm preparing to return to the Tradewind sect. Do you want to come with me?" "Then I'll have to trouble you, Golden Dipper King," Qinzong said. With a powerful king-level expert like the Golden Dipper King accompanying him, his safety was undoubtedly increased. Sure enough, under the Golden Dipper King's lead, Qinzong returned to the Trade Wind brothel safely. After bidding farewell to the Golden Dipper King, Qinzong immediately returned to his own pavilion, opened the seal, and took out the small sword. It was also covered with sword patterns, but Qinzong found that the sword patterns on it were not the same as the sword patterns on the small sword he had obtained before. Perhaps many people would think that they were the same at first glance, but Qinzong's observation was so sharp that he immediately noticed the difference. Mysterious. In comparison, the sword patterns on the small sword were more than 10 times more mysterious. To put it simply, if the sword pattern on the small sword blade previously corresponded to the beginner level of the Great Path sword technique, then the sword pattern on the small sword blade now corresponded to the Great Path sword technique of 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 the Great Path realm. After careful observation, Qinzong discovered that his current attainments in the Great Path of swordsmanship were enough to decipher the sword patterns on the small sword. However, it would take some time. Without wasting any time, Qinzong immediately deciphered it. Moreover, he used the Heart Sutra to decipher it with all his might. The decipher this time was the same as the previous time. He used his consciousness to enter it and fight with the sword-wielding figures formed by the sword chi. The sword-wielding figures were all in the Great Path of swordsmanship and had reached the complete level. Moreover, Qinzong also found that the Great Path of swordsmanship displayed by the sword-wielding figures were not the same. Fight! The battle was intense. It was extremely intense. The Great Path of swordsmanship displayed by the sword-wielding figures at the complete level was something that Qinzong had never seen before. Each of them had their own mysteries. 13. Qinzong was secretly shocked. The Great Path of swordsmanship displayed by the sword-wielding figures was a total of 13. 13 different Great Path of swordsmanship. It was really amazing. Although Chunzong could not master these 13 great paths of swordsmanship, he could observe their mysteries and enrich his own swordsmanship foundation to a certain extent. Of course, it would be best if he could directly obtain the 13 great paths of swordsmanship and cultivate them to the complete level. Then, he could integrate their essence into his self-created swordsmanship and greatly improve his own swordsmanship attainments and power. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it now. In the fierce battle, Chunzong was still a little distracted. However, as more and more sword-wielding figures arrived, the pressure brought about by them continued to increase. In the end, Chunzong could no longer afford to be distracted. The pressure increased sharply. Chunzong looked solemn. He had not reached his limit yet. Now, his swordsmanship was extraordinary and very powerful. It was not comparable to the time when he had deciphered the small sword blade. One after another, the sword-wielding figures were destroyed by Chunzong. They turned into pure sword chi and disappeared. When the last sword-wielding figure was defeated by Chunzong, Chunzong waited quietly. Last time the same thing happened. Countless sword chi condensed into a sword chi phantom. It was the Iron Sword Elder, the 6th realm of the sword sharpening technique, an emperor-level expert. What about this time? In an instant, thousands of sword chi appeared one after another. Then, they gathered together and condensed into a figure. The figure was condensed by thousands of sword chi. As it moved, it condensed together in an extremely mysterious trajectory. It was as if a swordsman was performing swordsmanship. Chunzong could see the shadows of the 13 great paths of swordsmanship from it. After 10 breaths, thousands of sword chi had completely condensed and turned into a figure flickering with a faint golden light. It had a sacred feeling of being high above. Junior, I am Golden Light, the #1 Jindy of the sword sharpening mountain. The eyes of the figure with golden lights, sword chi, emitted a 3-foot-long golden light. It pierced the sky like the edge of a sword. A trace of astonishing sword will also spread out. Chunzong was shocked. Jindy, Golden Light Jindy. One had to know that the Sword Emperor was an Emperor-level powerhouse. That was a 7th-level powerhouse. First, it was the Iron Sword Elder, a 6th realm Sword Emperor. Now, it was the Golden Light Jindy, a 7th realm Emperor-level expert. Immediately, Chunzong's mind became active. He was even a little excited. The 3-stage sword sharpening technique was obtained from the Iron Sword Elder. Now, this Golden Light Jindy was a 7th realm Emperor-level expert. It was an expert many times stronger than the Iron Sword Elder. Chunzong still clearly remembered that the Iron Sword Elder was addressed as the 6th Sword Emperor, while this Golden Light Jindy was addressed as the 1st Jindy. According to common sense, there must be some difference between the 1st and 6th Jindy. Chunzong didn't know much about Sword Sharpening Mountain. He had looked up its information before, but there weren't many records. In particular, there were very few records about Sword Sharpening Mountain in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. There were only a few words about it, and it was very vague. However, there were records in the Trade Wind Gang's headquarters. Sword Sharpening Mountain wasn't an Emperor-level force, but a holy land that surpassed the Emperor level. A so-called Holy Land was also a Saint-level force. It was a powerful force with a Saint-level expert overseeing it. The strength of a Saint-level expert was not something an Emperor-level expert could compare to. The gap between Emperor-level and Saint-level was much greater than the gap between Emperor-level and Emperor-level. However, for some unknown reason, Sword Sharpening Mountain, this holy land of the Way of the Sword, suddenly became extinct in a very short period of time, several million years ago. There were also experts from other holy lands who tried to find out the reason, but they couldn't find anything. Gradually, those holy lands gave up. Over time, as time passed, Sword Sharpening Mountain became history. It only existed in the ancient books of some powerful forces and became a written record. Moreover, very few people would read it. Even if they accidentally flipped through it, no one would pay attention to it. Unless it was someone like Marquis Heavenly Scar Sword and Chunzong, who had obtained something related to Sword Sharpening Mountain. For example, Chunzong had specially researched it. Unfortunately, there were too few records about sword sharpening mountain. The fact that you can obtain this sword sharpening token means that you are fated with sword sharpening mountain. The first Genie golden figure spoke again. Since that's the case, I will send you to sword sharpening mountain to accept the test. If you are fated, you can obtain the inheritance of sword sharpening mountain. The inheritance of sword sharpening mountain. The inheritance of a holy land of the way of the sword. Instantly, Chunzong couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Immediately, Chunzong saw the golden Jindi's body emit a golden light that seemed to tear through space. Then, Chunzong felt that his consciousness was wrapped up by the golden light and torn through space. Then, he directly entered it and disappeared. However, his real body was not affected at all. It remained in the Trade Wind Gang's pavilion without anyone noticing. Chapter 2642. Before he could agree, Chunzong's consciousness was directly sent away by the power of the Golden Jindi, tearing the space-time apart. Chunzong was a little speechless at this kind of swift and decisive action. But since it had come to this, he could only accept it. After all, he really wanted to come here. It was just a matter of time. Sword Grinding Mountain. The last time he received the sword grinding order, he received the inheritance of the sword grinding technique. This time, the sword grinding order was imparted to Sword Grinding Mountain. Of course, according to the words of the Golden Jindi, Chunzong had to pass the test first before he was qualified to receive the inheritance of Sword Grinding Mountain. The inheritance of Sword Grinding Mountain was definitely more than just the sword grinding technique. It would definitely be much more powerful than the sword grinding technique. This was a great opportunity. Shuttling. Gradually, Chunzong saw a piece of nothingness. In the nothingness, a pitch-black mountain was suspended. At first glance, the mountain gave off a sense of eternal vastness, as if it was a world of its own. Looking at the huge, boundless black mountain, Chunzong suddenly had an indescribable feeling, as if he was a god or a demon. However, before Chunzong had time to examine it carefully, he felt a monstrous power burst out from the black mountain. Like endless waves, Chunzong's consciousness was swept away and directly escaped into the black mountain. The world was spinning, and an indescribable feeling spread throughout his body. When Chunzong woke up, he found himself at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, it was pitch black as if there was no height. Looking to the left and right, he also found that there was no end to it. Chunzong was sure that he was at the foot of the pitch-black mountain that he had seen before. Then what was the so-called test? Climbing a mountain? Chunzong thought about it and immediately stepped forward to climb the mountain. Here, he was just a body of consciousness, but it was extremely condensed, just like a body of flesh and blood. There seemed to be no difference, and Chunzong could still exert his strength to his heart's content. Climbing the mountain, Chunzong began to climb up step by step. At first, he didn't feel anything special, but during the process of climbing, Chunzong gradually found that the pressure seemed to be increasing little by little. However, the current pressure was nothing to Chunzong. He could bear it easily. However, the higher he climbed, the greater the pressure became. Gradually, Chunzong began to feel traces of pressure on his body of consciousness. This was the so-called test. Chunzong could feel the pressure. It was sword pressure, which contained the power of swordsmanship. Since it was a test, he might as well pass it. Step by step, the pressure from the sword also increased with each step. As the sword pressure grew stronger and stronger, Chunzong felt that his body of consciousness was about to be torn apart. He could not help but feel waves of pain. However, Chunzong had to bear with it. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would fail the test and lose the chance to inherit the sword grinding mountain. The universe was vast. If one wanted to become a supreme expert step by step, one must have the opportunity. This was because every supreme expert had to go through the same process. No matter how smart a person was, without enough knowledge, he or she would not be able to fully display his or her intelligence. No matter how powerful a person was, if he did not have the correct way to use it, he could not fully exert his amazing power. Tall buildings were built from the ground. All of one's cultivation and gains from any opportunity would become one's foundation. In the end, one would absorb the essence, remove the impurities, and integrate it with one's own understanding. Then, one would break the limit and become supreme. Sword Grinding Mountain was an ancient holy land of swordsmanship. If he was not destined to come here, it would be fine. But since he was destined to come here, he had to get the inheritance no matter what. Shinzong was not sure if he could come again if he failed. Therefore, he had to seize the opportunity. It was difficult. The higher he went, the more difficult it was. The sword pressure on his body became more and more intense. It was like a mountain was pressing down on him from all directions, and the weight was constantly increasing. However, what it brought was not only the sword pressure that was getting stronger and stronger, but also the endless mountain top. He did not know when he would be able to reach the top. The feeling of being full of the unknown and uncertainty would unconsciously breed a trace of despair from the depths of a woman's back. When despair accumulated to the extreme, it would cause a collapse and directly collapse. Gradually, Chunzong felt that his body of consciousness was trembling. There was a feeling that it was going to disintegrate at any time. It was uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. That feeling was indescribable. Trance. Chunzong's consciousness began to feel like it was in a trance. Only one thought was still holding on, and that was that he could not stop and could not give up. Climb. It was an endless climb. His consciousness continued to sink as if it was falling into a bottomless abyss. He could no longer feel his body of consciousness. His feet felt as if they were stepping on clouds. There was an indescribable feeling of weightlessness. It was as if his entire body was about to fly. He did not know how much time had passed. Even Shinzong did not know if he had failed the test or not. When he woke up, he found that he was standing in front of a tall wall. The wall was completely black. The black door was closed, and there was an indescribable solemnity. On the black door, there were countless sword patterns crisscrossing, like a totem of thousands of swords. On the plaque above, there were two simple words that were as simple as swords. The human compound. Above the tall wall, there were countless waves of dark aura, which gave Chunzong an extremely dangerous feeling. After a while, Chunzong felt that his body of consciousness seemed to have recovered. He reached out and was about to push open the black door that was covered with sword patterns. The moment his hands touched the door, Chunzong could not help but shiver. He only felt an indescribable chill in an instant. Why was there such an aura? Chunzong was puzzled. However, Chunzong did not withdraw his hands. He suddenly pushed hard. Creaking sounds were suddenly heard, like an ancient melody with an indescribable rhythm. An extremely cold aura with an indescribable evil and demonic nature swept over like storm. Chunzong felt cold all over. He could not help but shiver, as if he was about to be frozen from the inside out. Chunzong operated his strength to resist the attack of the cold aura. His expression became more and more dignified. Looking through the crack of the door, he saw darkness and coldness. There seemed to be an indescribable and unpredictable danger lurking inside. Without hesitation, Chunzong stepped directly into the room. The sword also condensed and appeared in his hand. With a sword in hand, Chunzong's strength could be fully unleashed. The sound of his footsteps was extremely light, but when he stepped on the stairs, it still made a slight sound. However, such a slight sound became very clear and ear-piercing in such an environment. The cold aura was everywhere. It was pitch black all around. However, after a while, Chunzong's vision gradually adapted to the darkness. Slowly, he could see that it was like a dim space. Very suddenly, a pitch-black sword light flashed. It was straight and fierce, fast and fierce. Without any prelude, it directly stabbed from the side. This sword was so sudden, and it was so fast, accurate, and ruthless. It was like the fangs of a ferocious wolf that was about to kill Chunzong directly. Chunzong was highly alert. He reacted in an instant. He moved his body, turned around, and counterattacked with his sword. The two swords clashed in an instant. Chunzong's sword pierced straight through, and just as he was about to kill his opponent's silhouette flickered. His speed was extremely fast, and he was as agile as a ferocious wolf. After dodging, he suddenly exploded forth, and another sword slashed out. Faintly, a terrifying howl of a wolf could be heard. This was a Great Way swordsmanship. It was one of the 13 Great Way swordsmanship displayed by the sword chi figures in the sword sharpening token. However, Chunzong found that the Great Way swordsmanship displayed by this black shadow was much better than that displayed by the sword chi figures in the sword sharpening token. Flexible, tyrannical, one-on-one, Chunzong fought fiercely with the black shadow. He performed the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship alternately and immediately suppressed the black shadow. Then, with a slash of his sword, he killed the black shadow. Chunzong also found that he could not perform the Great Way unique techniques here. In other words, his consciousness body could not perform any unique techniques here. The only means he could use were the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. Fortunately, the black shadow could not perform any unique techniques either. It could only use the Great Way swordsmanship. Chunzong was not afraid of a confrontation of Great Way swordsmanship. When the black shadow was killed by his sword, a wisp of black gas suddenly spread out from it and quickly drifted toward Chunzong. It was impossible to dodge or resist. It directly entered Chunzong's consciousness body. In an instant, a series of images appeared directly in Chunzong's body of consciousness. It made Chunzong feel that his body of consciousness seemed to have condensed a little. Moreover, those images were images of him cultivating the great path of sword arts. There was also some information about the great path of sword arts. Fierce Wolf Swordsmanship. This was the name of the Great Way swordsmanship. Although the name did not sound very impressive, it was a real Great Way swordsmanship. When practiced to the extreme, its power was also very terrifying. Now, by killing the Black Shadow, he could obtain part of the mystery of the Fierce Wolf swordsmanship. It was very good. Moreover, his consciousness body seemed to have been strengthened. Although it was only a little, it was better than nothing. In an instant, Chunzong was in high spirits. His eyes shone with rays of light and gradually brightened. He looked for more black shadows to kill. In this way, he had a chance to obtain the complete Fierce Wolf swordsmanship. It was good for him to have another Great Way swordsmanship. Whether it was to cultivate, master, or integrate its essence into his own swordsmanship, there were many benefits. Chunzong's eyes swept around and kept searching in the dim courtyard. However, he did not see any black shadow. Walk. As he walked, suddenly, Chunzong's expression changed slightly. He immediately parried with his sword and blocked a sword light that suddenly appeared. He turned his body and suddenly slashed out with his sword. The power of the world swordsmanship was urged to the extreme. Kill. After a fierce battle, Chunzong killed the Black Shadow. As expected, he obtained another wisp of black gas. His consciousness body was strengthened a little. Moreover, more information about the Fierce Wolf swordsmanship was grasped by Chunzong. At this rate, Chunzong would master this Great Way swordsmanship sooner or later. Chapter 26:43. 1, 2, 3. Chunzong constantly encountered the black shadows and fought fiercely with them. The Great Way sword principle of each black shadow was very exquisite and powerful. Although Chunzong could defeat them one-on-one, it was not as easy as cracking the sword grinding token. He had to fight with them. As Chunzong kept killing the black shadows and absorbing the black aura, his body of consciousness became more condensed and his consciousness was strengthened. His strength was also strengthened to a certain extent. The memory of the Fierce Wolf sword principle also became more and more complete. Chunzong also mastered 1.5 moves of it. But in addition to the Fierce Wolf sword principle, Chunzong also obtained a memory of 2 other Great Way sword principles. Flying Crane sword principle, Spirit Snake sword principle. They were all very simple names, but the mystery was extraordinary. There was a sense of returning to simplicity. In addition to the memory of the three great way sword principles, Chunzong also knew that this was the human compound, which was the lowest compound in the sword-grinding mountain. Those black shadows were all disciples of the human compound, but he did not know why they had become like this. There was no answer. Perhaps he would only know the answer when he reached the end. He would know the truth of the sword-grinding mountain's destruction overnight and unravel the secret that countless people wanted to know for millions of years. Thinking about it, Chunzong could not help but feel a little excited. Kill. The benefits of killing the black shadows were, first, to obtain the memory of the Great Way Sword Principle. Second, to strengthen the body of consciousness. Even if it was just a little bit at a time, it would accumulate. Third, to unravel the mystery of the sword-grinding mountain's destruction overnight. Therefore, Chunzong naturally had to find more black shadows to kill. Unfortunately, unless the black shadows appeared on their own initiative, Chunzong could not find them. Thus, Chunzong simply wandered around the human compound. The consciousness body did not need to eat or drink as long as it was not destroyed and its strength was not exhausted. The human compound was very large, extremely vast. This was because this was the lower compound of Sword Sharpening Mountain, and it also had the most disciples. Based on the Sword Sharpening Mountain's status as the holy land of swordsmanship, there must be many disciples. There must be at least 1,000 disciples in the human compound. However, Chunzong had only killed a dozen black shadows, which was far from the number he should have. Of course, Chunzong still couldn't figure out how the black shadow appeared. It was full of unknowns and mysteries. The effect of moving around was better. From time to time, a black shadow would suddenly appear and fight fiercely with Chunzong. Every move and style of the black shadow was like a killing move, just to kill Chunzong. The confrontation between sword masters was undoubtedly very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. However, this kind of confrontation also imperceptibly tempered Chunzong's swordsmanship. Even if he did not absorb his opponent's swordsmanship memory, Chunzong's own swordsmanship became purer and stronger little by little through the repeated life-and-death confrontations. The sharpness of his sword was sharpened. This was the reason. As he moved around, black shadows would appear from time to time. As soon as those black shadows appeared, they would basically fight to the death with Chunzong, as if they had a great hatred for him. The aura here was cold, which made Chunzong feel uncomfortable. However, as his consciousness body continued to condense and strengthen, his resistance to the cold aura became stronger and stronger. The moves of the three Great Path Sword Principles, Fierce Wolf Sword Principle, Flying Crane Sword Principle, and Spirit Snake Sword Principle, were becoming more and more complete. Chunzong could already perform a few moves, but they were only a few moves and were useless. They were completely incomparable to his heart swordsmanship and world sword principle. In addition, Chunzong obtained the memory and experience of a new Great Path Sword Principle, Wild Lion Sword Principle. Chunzong fell into a strange state, which was to continuously lure out black shadows, hunt them, strengthen his consciousness, and obtain the memory of the Great Path Sword Principle. The fifth Great Path Sword Principle, Sky Tiger Sword Principle. The sixth Great Path Sword Principle, Swimming Fish Sword Principle. Speaking of which, these sword principles were named after the names of animals such as wolves, lions, tigers, and so on. If they were released, those who did not know might not pay attention to them, or even want to cultivate them. However, Chunzong knew very well that although the names of these 6 great Tao sword techniques were extremely simple, the profoundness within them was extremely shocking. At the very least, they were not inferior to the few great Tao sword techniques that Chunzong had obtained previously. Next, Chunzong kept killing black shadows, but did not obtain the 7th Great Path Sword Principle. What he had was the contents of the 6 Great Path Sword Principles. Some of the contents were repeated, but some complemented each other. After a period of time, the Flying Crane Sword Principle was completed and became a complete Great Path Sword Principle. Next, Chunzong performed the Flying Crane Sword Principle and fought fiercely with the Black Shadows. Chunzong's Flying Crane Sword Principle was obtained from the Black Shadows. With the Black Shadows cultivation experience, coupled with his superb comprehension, he was able to quickly grasp the mysteries of the Sword Principle. In addition, he continued to improve during the battle. In the beginning, Chunzong was at a disadvantage. However, Chunzong's consciousness body was now more condensed and stronger than when he had just entered the human compound. Even if the Flying Crane Sword Principle was slightly inferior, it was still amazing. In the fierce battle, Chunzong's Flying Crane Sword Principle also quickly improved to the perfect realm. At this point, Chunzong did not continue. He switched to the Heart Sword Principle and killed the Black Shadows. Next, the Sky Tiger Sword Principle was completed. Chunzong used the Sky Tiger Sword Principle to fight the enemy until it reached the perfect realm. The third Great Path Sword Principle was completed. It was the Fierce Wolf Sword Principle that he had obtained the earliest. The fourth technique that was completed was the Swimming Fish Sword Technique. The fifth Great Path Sword Principle was completed. The sixth Great Path Sword Principle was completed. Chunzong kept killing the Black Shadows. What he obtained were the memories of the 6 Great Path Sword Principles. In addition, there were some mixed memories, such as the trivial matters and obsessions of the disciples of the human compound. Fortunately, they were very subtle and did not affect Chunzong significantly. In addition, Chunzong would get rid of them in time so that they would not settle down and become a hidden danger. Kill, kill, kill. Chunzong performed the Heart Sword Principle and the World Sword Principle. At the same time, he intentionally extracted the essence of the 6 Great Path Sword Principles. He wanted to integrate them into the 2 Great Path Sword Principles so that the power and mysteries of the 2 Great Path Sword Principles could be further improved. Chunzong's comprehension ability was extremely high, and his swordsmanship foundation was extremely solid. Moreover, he was constantly receiving the Black Shadows' swordsmanship memories and experiences. Although many of them were repetitive, everyone's swordsmanship cultivation experience was different. Many a little makes a mickle. Extract the essence. With the comprehension of the divine martial jade annulus from the wind-blowing sect, Chunzong began to integrate the essence of the 6 Great Path Sword Principles into the Heart Sword Principle and the World Sword Principle. In fact, in the Relics of the World Lord, Chunzong finally obtained the mysterious seed. As for the other treasures, there was nothing else, because the skinny monkey-like elder directly said that the seed was the most precious and core item of the World Lord. As for the other treasures, he intended to keep them. Every 10,000 years, someone would enter the relics of the World Lord. The purpose of the World Lord seemed to be to leave everything to his descendants and cultivate more experts. Chunzong could do nothing about it. Now that he had come to Sword Grinding Mountain, he wanted to do his best to obtain benefits and improve himself. After all, the mysterious seed was still a seed and had not shown any other effects. Of course, regardless of whether there was the mysterious seed or not, since there was an opportunity in Sword Grinding Mountain, Chunzong would do his best to obtain it. Hunt, hunt, hunt. Gradually, the essence of the 6 Great Path Sword Principles was integrated into the Heart Sword Principle and the World Sword Principle, causing the power and mystery of the 2 Great Path Sword Principles to increase again. Breakthrough. The power of the Heart Sword Principle was raised to the top level of level 10 AO Wu, while the power of the World Sword Principle was further enhanced, infinitely close to level 11 AO Wu. However, going from the 10th level to the 11th level was a huge improvement. It was not that easy, so Chunzong was not in a hurry. In any case, whether it was the Heart Swordsmanship or the World Swordsmanship, there was an obvious increase in power and profundity. When his body of consciousness was almost doubled, Chunzong found that no matter how he hunted the Black Shadows and obtained the Black Gas, he could not continue to enhance his body of consciousness. At most, he could only obtain some repetitive memories, which were not very useful. Chunzong planned to leave the human compound and continue to move forward. Maybe he would gain more. After a while, Chunzong passed through the human compound and saw a pitch-black staircase that continued to extend upwards, as if there was no end. In addition, Chunzong also saw a black shadow wandering on the staircase. The black shadow looked more solid than the one in the human compound. It held a long sword in its hand, and its whole body was filled with a shocking cold aura. Chunzong did not stop at all. He stepped forward and quickly climbed up the stairs. The moment Chunzong's foot landed on the stairs, the sword-wielding black shadow suddenly flashed, and his sword pierced through the air, bringing with it an extremely sharp and ferocious sword aura. The sword was like a wolf and a tiger. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to hear the howls of wolves and tigers. It was extremely terrifying. At a glance, Chunzong saw some of the mysteries of the sword. It had the shadow of the fierce wolf sword principle and the shadow of the azure tiger sword principle. It seemed to be the fusion of these two sword principles. Compared to the black shadows in the human compound, this black shadow's swordsmanship was much more powerful. Chunzong was delighted at the sight of his prey and immediately began to exchange blows with him. After a fierce battle, Chunzong cut down the black shadow with his sword and received a wisp of black gas into his body. His body of consciousness improved slightly. In addition, Chunzong also learned the memory of a great path sword principle. This could be considered a new great path sword principle. At least, Chunzong did not see it among the 13 great path sword principles in the sword sharpening order. The fierce wolf-tiger sword principle. This sword principle was indeed the fusion of the fierce wolf sword principle and the azure tiger sword principle. It used the fierce wolf sword principle as the main body and integrated the essence of the azure tiger sword principle. Its power was much more powerful than the fierce wolf sword principle or the azure tiger sword principle. The Black Shadow was a disciple on patrol. The acquisition of the direwolf tiger sword art gave Chunzong a pleasant surprise. Stepping on the stairs, Chunzong continued to climb upwards. Not long after, Chunzong encountered a second Black Shadow. Once again, he battled and killed it. However, this Black Shadow did not use the ferocious wolf-tiger sword art, but the azure tiger wolf sword art. It was a sword art that was mainly based on the azure tiger sword art, while the essence of the ferocious wolf sword art was infused into it. Chapter 2644. The fusion of the fierce wolf sword technique and the azure tiger sword technique, the wild lion sword technique, the flying crane sword technique, the spirit snake sword technique, the swimming fish sword technique, and so on, greatly broadened Chunzong's horizons. It also further strengthened Chunzong's swordsmanship accumulation and foundation. When Chunzong stepped on the stairs and arrived at the second courtyard, the world sword technique had officially broken through the limit. Its power had reached the level of an 11th order AO Wu. While many Third Realm experts were still pursuing the AO Wu, Chunzong had already raised the power of the world sword technique to the level of an 11th order AO Wu. In other words, the consumption of energy when Chunzong performed the world sword technique was the normal consumption of energy. It was far less than 1/10 of the consumption of an AO Wu of the same power, but its power was still very terrifying. Sword AO Wu was extremely shocking. That was the amazing thing about the Great Path sword technique. There was no limit to the Great Path sword technique, and it could be continuously improved. The power of the Great Path sword technique was even more shocking. Chunzong pushed open the door of the Earth Courtyard and stepped in. The chilly aura became even more intense, like a gust of wind blowing. Fortunately, Chunzong's consciousness body had become stronger and had a stronger resistance to the chilly aura. However, he still felt that the aura was very terrifying. In the Earth Courtyard, Chunzong also encountered the Black Shadow. Its body became more solid, and it was obviously much stronger than the human courtyard. Chunzong also noticed that the Great Path sword technique used by the Black Shadow in the Earth Courtyard was not the same as the previous 6 Great Path sword techniques. In addition to the fusion of the 6 Great Path sword techniques, there was also a new sword technique. After a fierce battle, Chunzong successfully killed the Black Shadow and obtained the memory of the sword technique. The White Ape's Sword Technique. Although he only obtained fragmented memory fragments and only one White Ape Sword Technique, Chunzong was sure that the White Ape Sword Technique was more exquisite and powerful than the previous 6 Great Path Sword Techniques. It was even comparable to a fused sword technique like the ferocious Wolf-Tiger Sword Technique. Its potential was even greater. Subsequently, Chunzong obtained a memory fragment of a new Great Path swordsmanship. It was the Black Dragon swordsmanship, a superb swordsmanship that was not inferior to the White Ape swordsmanship. In addition, Chunzong also got some memory fragments. The Fierce Wolf Sword Art, Sky Tiger Sword Art, Mad Lion Sword Art, Flying Crane Sword Art, Nimble Snake Sword Art, and Swimming Fish Sword Art were all first-tier Great Dao sword arts in the sword sharpening art. The White Ape Sword Technique and the Black Dragon Sword Technique were both level 2 Grand Dao sword techniques. Of course, after fusing 2 level 1 sword principles, it was close to the level of level 2 sword principles of the Great Dao. If 3 level 1 sword principles of the Great Dao were fused, it would truly reach the level of level 2 sword principles of the Great Dao. As Chunzong continued to kill the Black Shadows, his body of consciousness became more and more condensed. He also learned that there were level 3 Great Path sword principles of the Great Dao above the level 2 sword principles of the Great Dao. There were a total of 2 Great Path sword principles of the Sword Sharpening Mountain. As for the level 2 Great Path sword principles of the Sword Sharpening Mountain, there were 5. Subsequently, Chunzong obtained 2 more level 2 Great Path sword principles of the Great Dao. They were the Astronomical Sword Principle and the Divine Eagle Sword Principle. However, the 4 level 2 sword principles of the Great Dao were fragmented and not complete. Chunzong had to continue killing the Black Shadows to complete them. Chunzong could not feel the passage of time here. He did not know how much time had passed. Finally, Chunzong completed all 4 level 2 sword principles of the Great Dao. His body of consciousness was further condensed to the extreme. If he continued to kill the Black Shadows, he would not be able to improve his body of consciousness. Then, he would continue to go up. It was still a staircase. As he went up, Chunzong encountered the Black Shadows of the patrolling disciples. After a fierce battle, he successfully killed them. The sword principle memory he obtained was the White Ape Dragon Sword Principle, which was the fusion of level 2 sword principles of the Great Dao. So far, most of the Black Shadows Chunzong encountered had mastered 1 Great Path sword principle. A few of them had mastered the fusion of 2 Great Path sword principles. Their strength was usually more powerful. Kill, 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 kill. Chunzong was completely immersed in it. He was improving at every moment. The feeling was too wonderful for words. After climbing all the stairs, Chunzong came to a large courtyard. The color of the courtyard became more and more like a demon's domain. Heaven Court. This was where the Heaven Court of the Sword Sharpening Mountain was located. The disciples of Sword Sharpening Mountain were divided into the Human Compound, the Earth Compound, and the Heaven Court. The Human Compound was the weakest, the Earth Compound was slightly stronger, and the Heaven Court was the strongest. Similarly, the Human Compound had the most disciples, followed by the Earth Compound, and the Heaven Court had the least disciples. Similarly, the disciples of the Human Compound were the weakest, and the disciples of the Heaven Court were the strongest. This was because the disciples of the Heaven Court had outstanding talent. They cultivated level 3 Great Path sword principles. Of course, they did not cultivate level 3 Great Path sword principles from the beginning. Instead, they began to improve step by step from a Human Compound until they became disciples of the Heaven Court. Stepping into the Heaven Court, Chunzong felt the aura of the Heaven Court. It was terrifyingly cold. As soon as he entered, he could not help but shiver. A sword light silently tore through the air like a bolt of lightning. It was incomparably fast and contained an extremely terrifying might. It could easily destroy everything and was about to kill Chunzong. This sword light was extremely terrifying, and it made Chunzong's hair stand on end. His figure flashed, and he was as agile as a sparrow hawk. At the same time, Chunzong swung his sword to block the sword light. However, he felt a terrifying sword force pass through his sword and hit him, causing Chunzong to take a few steps back. However, his opponent's second sword light arrived in an instant. One sword light after another. Its speed was extremely fast and terrifying. Not only was this sword light fast, but it also contained a terrifying, penetrating sword force that caught Chunzong off guard. He was suppressed for a moment, and his consciousness was slightly injured. Retreat. Chunzong retreated out of the Heaven Court's gate, and the black shadow instantly disappeared. Only then did Chunzong heave a sigh of relief, but he was still shocked. What kind of sword light was this? It was so terrifying. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to have surpassed the limit. It also contained a powerful, penetrating sword force. Its power was so terrifying that he was caught off guard and was suppressed. For a moment, it was difficult for him to adjust. That was a third-stage Great Path sword technique. Its power was so much stronger than that of a second-stage Great Path sword technique. It was really amazing. Again, Chunzong adjusted himself, and once again stepped into the Heaven Court. This time, Chunzong was even more prepared. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, the black shadow tumbled like smoke. Before it could condense into a solid form, a dark sword light silently broke through the limit and stabbed toward him. The sword force that could penetrate everything was so terrifying that it made Chunzong's consciousness feel as if it had been directly penetrated. But this time, Chunzong was even more prepared. He immediately performed the heart swordsmanship. Now, the heart swordsmanship had broken through the limit and was upgraded to the level of an 11th stage AoWu. It was even more mysterious. But at the moment when the two swords collided, Chunzong felt a terrifying sword force penetrating toward him. It wanted to hurt Chunzong's consciousness. The world swordsmanship burst out. Its power was powerful and overbearing. It immediately stopped the penetration of the terrifying sword force and scattered it. In terms of power, the world swordsmanship had reached the level of an 11th stage AoWu. The two Great Path sword techniques were performed alternately. Its power was overwhelming. For a moment, the two fought fiercely. This time, Chunzong didn't hold back at all, but he still couldn't gain the upper hand. His opponent's swordsmanship was really terrifying. Not only was the third stage Great Path sword technique extremely terrifying, but the application of the swordsmanship was also very superb. He had rich combat experience. The combination of the two created this Black Shadow's amazing combat strength. But in the process of the continuous fierce battle, Chunzong was also constantly honed. He integrated the essence of the previous 11 Great Path sword techniques into his own heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship. This made the power of the heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship increase little by little. At the same time, they became more mysterious. In this way, Chunzong gradually gained the upper hand. But even if he hit his opponent, he couldn't kill him like the previous Black Shadows. He could only weaken his opponent. Fierce battle. It was a bitter battle, an extremely dangerous battle. In the end, Chunzong paid the price of 3 swords and finally killed his opponent. Fortunately, this was his consciousness. If it was a body of flesh and blood, these 3 swords would most likely have taken his life. Even so, Chunzong felt that his consciousness was injured and part of his power was lost. Even if he got his opponent's black aura, he couldn't completely make up for it. Retreat. Chunzong left the Heavenly Court without hesitation and went to the Earth Court. He hunted the black shadows of the Earth Court again to replenish the consumption of his consciousness. He didn't come to the Heavenly Court again until he had completely recovered. Boundless swordsmanship. From a memory of the Black Shadow in the Heavenly Court, Chunzong got a part of the memory fragments of the swordsmanship that his opponent had used. Boundless swordsmanship was the name of this swordsmanship. In addition to the name, Chunzong also got a part of the content of the boundless swordsmanship, some moves, the essence of cultivation, and so on. Surprised. Chunzong was extremely surprised. This boundless swordsmanship was really unfathomable. Boundless, limitless, and without limit meant extremely fast speed. Where did the speed come from? It was through penetration. The terrifying power condensed to the extreme and penetrated everything. There was no way to resist, so it was called boundless. This swordsmanship was the most advanced great path sword technique in Sword Sharpening Mountain. It couldn't be compared to the previous first stage and second stage great path sword techniques. It was too much. Even Chunzong's heart swordsmanship and world sword technique were inferior in terms of completeness and mystery. After all, Chunzong's heart swordsmanship and world sword technique were self-created and needed to be constantly improved and improved. However, the boundless swordsmanship was the supreme, great path sword technique inheritance of Sword Sharpening Mountain. It had long been perfected to the extreme. It was different. Not to mention the world sword technique. Even the 6 first stage great path sword techniques were better than Chunzong's heart swordsmanship and world sword technique in terms of completeness. Boundless swordsmanship. Chunzong's heart was burning with eagerness. He wanted to get the complete boundless swordsmanship. If he could master it, he believed that it would significantly improve the foundation of his swordsmanship. Obviously, this boundless swordsmanship was one of the 2 third stage great path sword techniques. Then, if the boundless swordsmanship was so powerful and amazing, what about the other third stage great path sword technique? How mysterious and powerful would it be? Chunzong was full of anticipation. Chapter 2645. Roar. The sound was like the roar of a dragon, as if it came from the endless abyss, as if it came from the boundless universe through the endless time and space. It was ancient, profound, powerful, and domineering. There was a supreme power contained in it that intimidated all living things in the world. It was as if everything would submit and tremble under its voice. It was as if a giant beast from the universe was breaking through space and shattering everything. However, it was not a giant beast from the universe, but just a sword light. The sword light did not seem to be very bright, but contained a terrifying and powerful sword momentum with unparalleled power. Chunzong's expression was solemn. He only felt that his body of consciousness was directly impacted by the sound, and there was a feeling that it was going to shake and collapse. What a terrifying sword! It was the opposite of the sword of the boundless swordsmanship. Its speed was not fast, but it contained a terrifying power that suppressed and shattered everything. Slash! Chunzong slashed out with his sword, and the world swordsmanship was activated to the extreme. The overbearing and powerful sword arrived. Under the collision of the sword light, Chunzong immediately felt that the power contained in his opponent's sword was too terrifying. His world swordsmanship was unable to resist it. His opponent's swordsmanship was not only overbearing and powerful, but also contained a shocking impact force, which became more and more terrifying. Retreat. Uncontrollably, Chunzong was directly repelled, and his body of consciousness was also trembling. The vigorous dragon roar sounded again, and the second sword light with unparalleled power came again. Slash! Chunzong was shocked. He used the heart swordsmanship, borrowed strength, and tried his best to deal with it and analyze its mystery. The battle was extremely fierce. In the beginning, Chunzong was naturally at a disadvantage. However, the alternating use of the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship, as well as the occasional integration of other great swordsmanship, made Chunzong's swordsmanship more versatile and powerful. With this, he resisted his opponent's swordsmanship attack. Although the other party had only mastered one great path sword technique, the power of the great path sword technique was too terrifying. Every strike of the sword could cause a shockwave. It was extremely overbearing and unparalleled. In terms of overbearing power, the world sword technique could not compare. Terrifying. What a terrifying swordsmanship. Guerrilla warfare. Chunzong could only use this tactic to slowly confront the Black Shadow. He found it extremely difficult. The confrontation of swordsmanship and close combat were the most dangerous. Every time the opponent's swordsmanship slashed out, it would cause a shock impact. Moreover, There were layers of sound waves that directly attacked Chunzong's body of consciousness. Although this battle was extremely difficult, Chunzong's swordsmanship had also been tempered. The abstruse essence of various great swordsmanship was continuously integrated into the heart's swordsmanship and the world's swordsmanship. All of them had reached the limit of level 11 and were infinitely close to level 12 AO Wu. Their power had greatly increased. After a fierce battle, Chunzong finally won and successfully killed the shadow. The black aura emerged in an instant and directly entered Chunzong's body of consciousness. Chunzong only felt his body of consciousness tremble and condense in an instant. At the same time, fragments of memories of swordsmanship flowed into Chunzong's mind and were grasped by him. Tai Dragon Swordsmanship. According to the fragments of memories of the shadow, Chunzong knew that the Tai Dragon swordsmanship was created by the sword principle experts of Sword Sharpening Mountain after studying the Tai Dragon for thousands of years. What was the Tai Dragon? The Tai Dragon was a cosmic beast and had another name. It was known as the most domineering beast in the universe. The sword principle experts studied the swordsmanship created by the Tai Dragon and inherited the domineering power of the Tai Dragon. The memories of the swordsmanship only contain the name, origin, and 2 or 3 sword moves. However, after comprehending it, Chunzong was shocked. It was indeed a terrifying swordsmanship. It was the most domineering, and it was on a completely different level compared to the domineering world swordsmanship. Therefore, he had to obtain all of the Tai Dragon swordsmanship. Hunting the shadow. Unfortunately, there were very few shadows in the heavenly court, and each of them was extremely powerful. It was not so easy to hunt them down. Chunzong had to go through a tough battle before he could kill them. Fortunately, as he continued to fight, Chunzong's own swordsmanship potential was constantly honed and stimulated. Under the fusion of the swordsmanship, his power was further enhanced, and his hunting speed was a little faster. Boundless swordsmanship. Tai Dragon swordsmanship. These 2 top Great Path swordsmanship moves were constantly being perfected, which made Chunzong feel more and more shocked. In addition, the essence of other Great Path swordsmanship was constantly integrated into his heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship, and began to attack the 12th level of AO Wu. Finally, as Chunzong's consciousness was further refined to the extreme, Chunzong also obtained the complete boundless swordsmanship and Tai Dragon swordsmanship. The complete boundless swordsmanship and Tai Dragon swordsmanship meant that Chunzong could cultivate them. However, when Chunzong wanted to cultivate them, he could not help but frown with a solemn expression. This was because the boundless swordsmanship was related to the mystery of time, while the Tai Dragon swordsmanship was related to the mystery of space. Time and space were extremely profound, great paths that were difficult to comprehend and master. Even now, Chunzong had not comprehended and mastered them. They were too difficult and illusory. Therefore, if he wanted to truly master the boundless swordsmanship and Tai Dragon swordsmanship, he had to comprehend and master the mysteries of the time path and the space path. Of course, it was not only the mysteries of the time path and the space path, but also the penetrating sword force and the oscillating sword force. The penetrating sword force and the oscillating sword force were not difficult for Chunzong. The problem was the comprehension and mastery of the time path and the space path. This feeling made Chunzong feel very helpless. The boundless swordsmanship and Tai Dragon swordsmanship were so powerful and complete, but he could not master them now. How difficult was it to comprehend the time path and the space path? After all, Chunzong had now mastered the heart path and the world path. The difficulty of comprehending the 3rd great path had increased by many times. The difficulty of comprehending the 4th great path would also increase by many times. It could be said that even with the help of the Heart Sutra, it was extremely difficult for Chunzong to comprehend the time path and the space path. It was also extremely difficult to comprehend to the point where he could cultivate the boundless swordsmanship and Tai Dragon swordsmanship. After weighing the pros and cons, Chunzong decided to give up on cultivating the boundless swordsmanship and Tai Dragon swordsmanship. There was no other way. He needed to comprehend and master the time path and the space path to a certain point. Just getting started was not enough. If he did not have enough fortuitous encounters, it would take a long time to comprehend the time path and the space path to a certain point. It would obviously delay his progress in other aspects. Of course, if there was a suitable opportunity, or if he could not improve in other aspects, he would consider comprehending the time path and the space path. As for now, there was no need to think too much. He did not have so much time and energy. Of course, not cultivating did not mean that Chunzong would give up on the boundless swordsmanship and tie dragon swordsmanship. After all, these were two top great path sword techniques. Chunzong could completely comprehend them, extract the essence, and integrate it into the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship to enhance the power and mystery of the two great path sword techniques. After all, these two great path sword techniques were created by him. They were the sword techniques that were most compatible with his two great paths. Even if they could not be compared with those great path sword techniques that had been completely perfected, there was great room for improvement and potential. Chunzong believed that one day, the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship would not be inferior to the boundless swordsmanship and tie dragon swordsmanship. In the heavenly court, Chunzong could no longer improve. Then, he would continue to go up. However, there were no patrolling disciples on the long, dark staircase. It was empty. The end of the staircase was like a spinning black hole, as if it led directly to the abyss. This made Chunzong's hair stand on end for some reason. Should he go in? Chunzong only hesitated for a second before making a decision. Since he had already come here, there was absolutely no reason to give up. Taking a step forward, Chunzong stepped into the vortex. His consciousness was instantly devoured, vanishing without a trace. Cold. The extreme coldness made Chunzong feel that his consciousness seemed to be frozen. Immediately, Chunzong saw a black light suddenly lit up. It seemed to be a sword light, but it was extremely fast and arrived in an instant. Swinging the sword. However, Chunzong found that his movements seemed to be obviously affected. He slowed down a little and was unable to resist the attack of the sword light in time. Immediately, his consciousness was pierced by the sword. However, the consciousness was not a body of flesh and blood. Although it felt pierced and painful, it would not bleed and there were no vital parts. However, Chunzong found that after his consciousness was injured, part of his strength was also lost. He swung the sword and counterattacked. His opponent's sword came again. His swordsmanship was superb and very terrifying. Fight! Chunzong tried his best to fight with his opponent, but he was completely at a disadvantage. Moreover, he was constantly injured and his strength was getting weaker and weaker. There was nothing Chunzong could do about it. The cold aura here was too strong, and it completely affected Chunzong's movements. In addition, his opponent's swordsmanship was superb, and it was better than the black shadows in the heavenly court. Chunzong was at a disadvantage. After a hard fight, Chunzong felt that he could not hold on any longer. His strength was getting weaker and weaker, and his resistance to the coldness was also getting weaker. He retreated. Finally, he stepped out of the dark vortex and appeared on the stairs. In front of him was the dark vortex. Fortunately, the black shadows did not chase him out. Chunzong secretly sighed in relief. After feeling a little, Chunzong could not help but smile bitterly. His consciousness was more than half broken and his strength was greatly reduced. Therefore, he could only hunt black shadows to recover. Moreover, it was not easy to hunt the black shadows in the heavenly court. He had to go to the earth court. With Chunzong's strength, even if his consciousness was weakened by more than half, he was still stronger than when he had just entered the earth court. In addition, his swordsmanship had greatly increased, so it was not difficult for him to hunt the black shadows in the earth court. Every time he hunted, he would obtain a wisp of black aura. After absorbing it, his consciousness would recover a little. As such, Chunzong once again charged into the heavenly court and continued to hunt down the black shadows. After he had fully recovered his strength, he once again arrived in front of the black vortex. His expression was incomparably solemn as he took a step forward and once again stepped into it. Chapter 2646. The gathering of the Wan Yuan gathering had already ended, but everything on Wan Yuan Island was still going on as usual. In the depths of the universe, a huge figure was rapidly cruising towards Wan Yuan Island. The figure was surrounded by countless flashes of lightning and fire. The huge figure was tens of millions of meters long. It was incomparably huge and astonishing. It carried the power of lightning and fire as it cruised through the universe. Waves of terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas and destroy everything. The void shook endlessly as it passed by. A giant beast. It was a giant beast. Amidst the flashes of lightning and fire, one could see its huge body and extremely cold eyes. The giant beast was heading towards Wan Yuan Island. At this rate, the giant beast would most likely crash into Wan Yuan Island. Given the giant beast's huge body and the terrifying power of lightning and fire surrounding it, once it crashed into Wan Yuan Island would be greatly damaged and many people on the island would die. Approaching. As the giant beast approached, its tyrannical aura swept towards Wan Yuan Island like a raging storm. The storm instantly hit Wan Yuan Island, carrying a faint aura of lightning and fire, which puzzled the cultivators on Wan Yuan Island. However, some experts smelled something unusual. Those with even sharper senses were all alarmed and began to investigate. For a while, they did not find anything. Time passed by slowly. The terrifying chi of the lightning and fire was becoming more and more intense. It seemed like a storm was sweeping across the island. The lightning and fire on the island were becoming more and more intense. They were becoming more and more active. Slowly, they were becoming more and more violent. No one knew what the reason was. After a while, something strange happened again. The entire Wan Yuan Island started to shake for no reason. At first, it was a slight vibration, and it was not obvious. However, as time passed, the vibration became more and more intense. Rumble. The entire Wan Yuan Island was shaking. Shocking rumbling sounds could be heard as if there was an earthquake. Cracks began to appear on the walls of some ordinary houses. Dust began to fall, and the roofs fell. Many people were injured, and some were even killed. Cracks began to appear on some of the weaker parts of the ground. The cracks spread like lightning, and many curved gullies appeared. It was a shocking sight. Strands of aura hidden under the ground also gushed out. The aura was mixed and violent. All the forces and experts on the Myriad Origin Island were alarmed. Even the top Emperor Realm experts showed up to investigate the cause. After that, they finally found out something. A cosmic beast was approaching. Looking at its route, it would directly crash into Wan Yuan Island. Although the cosmic beast with a body of tens of millions of meters could not be compared to Wan Yuan Island, if it really crashed into Wan Yuan Island, it would definitely be destroyed. Wan Yuan Island would definitely not be spared. Wan Yuan Island. He absolutely could not let that cosmic beast crash into Wan Yuan Island. The foremost tyrannical emperors immediately moved. They rushed out of Wan Yuan Island and rushed toward the cosmic beast. The power of thunder and fire circled around him. His huge body rampaged, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation. Just as aura alone made the four Emperor-level experts' expressions turn solemn. They were extremely shocked. The four martial emperors felt suffocated in front of the cosmic beast. It was too terrifying. It's the Thunder Flame Ancient Beast. One of the martial emperors said, "Why is the Thunder Flame Ancient Beast here? It doesn't matter why it's here. Since it's here, we must drive it away. Otherwise, Wan Yuan Island will not be able to withstand its impact." Attack. The four martial emperors attacked one after another. Terrifying energy burst out in an instant. A 10,000-meter-long saber light condensed and slashed out, tearing the void apart. A gigantic palm print that was like an ancient mountain slammed out across the sky. An incomparably violent hurricane howled, wreaking havoc in the universe. There was also a gigantic star that rose up and pushed forward with incomparable strength and vigor. When the four Emperor-level experts attacked, each of their attacks was extremely frightening. They could easily crush mountains. However, such an attack was simply not enough to deal with the Thunderflame ancient beast that was over 10 million meters tall. When the attacks arrived, the power of thunder and fire surrounding the Thunderflame ancient beast was bombarded. It fluctuated slightly, but the four attacks were shattered. They could not break through the Thunderflame ancient beast and could not even cause any damage. The four martial emperors' faces changed drastically. It's too strong. It's at least a martial saint. Only a martial saint can really hurt it. The four martial emperors' faces turned ugly. In the Wanyuan Dominion, they were the top powerhouses. Emperor-level powerhouses could suppress everything, but they were nothing in the face of a cosmic beast that was tens of thousands of meters long. This was because it was equivalent to a saint-level powerhouse. Due to its enormous size, astonishing vitality, and terrifying strength, only a top saint-level powerhouse could do anything to this cosmic beast. What should we do? The four martial emperors' faces were extremely solemn, but there was nothing they could do. With their strength, they could not shake the cosmic beast at all. The gap between martial emperors and martial saints was too obvious. For a moment, the four martial emperors were so anxious that they broke out in cold sweat. Even if all the experts on the Myriad Origin Island were to join hands, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the Thunderflame ancient beast. When facing such a powerful existence, numbers didn't make much of a difference. In fact, they might even enrage it. Most of the cosmic beasts were relatively peaceful. No, it should be said that their bodies were too large. Life forms like humans were no different from ants to them. Naturally, they would not pay special attention to them. Even if they killed humans, it would be by accident. It was like a person walking on the road, unconsciously stepping on an ant. The principle was the same. However, if the ants gathered together and wanted to attack a person, they would attract the person's attention and even anger him, leading to a disaster. Perhaps many ants could bite an elephant to death. However, in the world of cultivators, especially in the face of such a huge and tyrannical cosmic life form like the cosmic beasts, without enough power, numbers alone were useless. A single body shift could destroy countless of them. There was nothing he could do. Even the four Emperor-level powerhouses were at a loss as to what to do. At this moment, the tremors on Wanyuan Island were extremely violent. Countless cracks appeared on the ground and on all sides of the island. Countless pieces of gravel kept falling. The small pieces of gravel were the size of a fist, while the big ones were hundreds of meters in size. The scene was extremely shocking. Boom! An earth-shattering sound suddenly exploded. The huge pieces of gravel turned into a violent torrent and suddenly bombarded from one side of Wanyuan Island. It was mighty and powerful. The four martial emperors who saw it from afar felt their scalps go numb. If they were directly hit by it, it was very likely that they would be directly killed. Even if they were not, they would be seriously injured. Along with the astonishing torrent of rocks, an extremely huge figure appeared. As it moved, it was like an incomparably huge mountain rampaging, emitting an incomparably ancient aura. Cosmic Beast. The eyes of the four Emperor-level powerhouses bulged out. There was actually a cosmic beast hiding on Wanyuan Island. Just thinking about it made their hair stand on end. If the cosmic beasts hiding in Myriad Origin Island suddenly wanted to eat, wouldn't countless people on Myriad Origin Island die? That was really scary. That's the rock dragon tortoise. And Martial Emperor exclaimed when he saw the cosmic beast rushing out of Wanyuan Island. Rock dragon tortoise? Wanyuan Island. I remember a legend. Wanyuan Island did not exist in the past. It seems that the rock dragon tortoise was in a deep sleep. Its power unconsciously attracted the dust in the universe. After countless years of accumulation, it finally formed Wanyuan Island. That's right. Wanyuan Island was not as big as it is now many years ago. Now, the attack of the Thunderflame ancient beast had alarmed the giant rock dragon tortoise, which was wrapped in the myriad origin island. As a result, the giant rock dragon tortoise had awakened and displayed its astonishing power. The tremors of the myriad origin island had been caused by the awakening of the giant rock dragon tortoise. Now that the rock dragon tortoise was completely awakened, it directly rushed out of Wan Yuan Island when it felt the aura of the thunder flame ancient beast approaching. Fortunately, Wan Yuan Island was not torn apart because of this. Otherwise, who knew how much damage it would cause? The moment the rock dragon tortoise appeared, it rushed in the direction of the thunder flame ancient beast at an astonishing speed. Its huge body was not inferior to the thunder flame ancient beast, and the turtle shell on its back dragged a huge mountain. The four martial emperors retreated and circled around to return to Wan Yuan Island. They also gathered the martial emperors and kings on Wan Yuan Island as quickly as possible. Why did they do this? To protect Wan Yuan Island. The reason for that was because once the boulder dragon tortoise and the thunder flame ancient beast started fighting, the aftermath of their battle would definitely be extremely frightening. It would definitely impact the myriad Yuan Island. If they did not defend against it, the myriad Yuan Island would suffer an intense impact, causing countless casualties. Therefore, they had to gather the strength of these powerhouses to defend against the thunder flame ancient beast. As for the fourth realms, although they could be considered powerhouses, they were still not strong enough. They could only provide support from the rear. As for the third realms, needless to say, they were of no use at all. The appearance of the rock dragon tortoise seemed to have aroused the thunder flame ancient beast's fighting spirit. It let out an incomparably vigorous roar that shook the universe. Charge! The thunder flame ancient beast's speed suddenly more than doubled. Although the rock dragon tortoise was a tortoise, its speed was not slow at all. On the contrary, it was extremely fast and charged towards the thunder flame ancient beast. Chapter 26:47 Clash. The 10 million meter tall Thunderfire ancient beast and the giant rock dragon tortoise collided without any hesitation. In an instant, the flickering Thunderfire power around the Thunderfire ancient beast erupted and poured out like a torrent, directly covering the surrounding area. The power that it emitted was extremely terrifying. Even though the four Emperor-level experts were a great distance away, they still felt their hearts palpitating. Fortunately, their previous attacks had not angered the lightning flame ancient beast. Otherwise, they would have been dead. The lightning flame ancient beast could have killed all of them with a single blow. The boundless lightning flame ancient beast's violent and boundless lightning flame ancient beast rushed toward the giant rock dragon tortoise's body, trying to destroy it. However, the body of the giant rock dragon tortoise was also enormous and incomparably heavy. Countless rocks covered its body, forming a layer of hard and thick armor that firmly protected its body. Withstanding the incomparably berserk lightning and fire power, it charged forth with the intention of crushing the lightning flame ancient beast. After the collision, the terrifying energy exploded and turned into a surging shockwave that spread out in all directions. A portion of a shockwave rushed toward the myriad Yuan Island like a raging tide. The four Emperor-level cultivators stood at the very front of the group. Behind them were the level 6 Emperor-level cultivators, followed by the level 5 Emperor-level cultivators, and then the level 4 cultivators. Attack! The four emperors looked solemn and dignified. When they saw the terrifying shockwave rushing toward them, they immediately roared and unleashed their full strength. The other emperors also looked solemn. They also unleashed their full strength to resist the violent shockwave and protect the myriad Yuan Island. No matter what, the myriad Yuan Island was like their home. If it was destroyed, they would be displaced, and it would be extremely difficult for them to find a suitable place to live. No matter what, they had to protect the myriad Yuan Island, even if they had to pay a price. Shinzong was completely unaware of such a crisis because he was still in Sword Sharpening Mountain. When he stepped into the dark vortex, it was as if he had appeared in another world. An extremely cold aura surged toward him, and it was extremely strong and terrifying. However, Chunzong had come and gone many times, and he had gotten used to it. A deep sword light instantly appeared and pierced toward him. It was as fast as lightning and as ferocious as a tiger or a wolf. It was extremely terrifying. Chunzong's expression did not change. He slashed out his sword, and the sword light was mysterious. Fight! Chunzong once again fought fiercely with the Black Shadow. Now, Chunzong's Heart Sword Art and World Sword Art had broken through their limits and reached the 12th level of arcane martial arts. Their power was even more shocking. Thinking about it, every sword strike had the terrifying power of a 12th level profound martial art. What kind of shocking power was that? Even so, it was still difficult to kill the shadows here. They could only fight fiercely, bitterly, and slowly wear them down. Kill. After fighting fiercely for at least an hour, Chunzong successfully killed the Black Shadow. A black aura that was obviously thicker than the one in Heaven Court instantly rushed into Chunzong's body of consciousness. In an instant, countless memory fragments also rushed in. Among them, there was information about the Black Shadow's identity, some information about Sword Sharpening Mountain, and some information about the Great Path Sword principle that the Black Shadow cultivated. An elder. This Black Shadow was an elder of Sword Sharpening Mountain. Sword Sharpening Mountain's elders were at least 5th Realm King-level powerhouses. The swordsmanship of a 5th Realm King-level sword cultivator was naturally superb. It was no wonder that Chunzong had been at a disadvantage time and time again and had almost been killed. Of course, there were other factors as well. For example, after becoming a shadow, his strength was no longer at his peak. Otherwise, his swordsmanship would be even more terrifying. But then again, Chunzong had raised the power of both the Heart Sword technique and the World Sword technique to the 12th level of profound martial arts. This was because even experts at the 4th level, or even some experts at the 5th level, might not necessarily be able to raise the level of their Great Path martial arts to that level. Chunzong, who was at 3rd Realm, had already surpassed countless people in terms of the level of his Great Path martial techniques. If not for his swordsmanship attainments at this level, Chunzong would not have been able to make it here. He might not even have made it through the human compound. The Elder's memory fragments contained information about swordsmanship. The swordsmanship that he cultivated was naturally the 13 Great Path sword principles of Sword Sharpening Mountain. However, it was not the Boundless Sword Principle or the Rising Dragon Sword Principle, but a first-stage Great Path Sword Principle. There were 3 of them. When the 3 first-stage Great Path Sword Principles were combined, their power surpassed that of a second-stage Great Path Sword Principle. Sword Sharpening Mountain had a strict hierarchy. When a human compound disciple broke through to 5th Realm and became an elder, they would only be at the level of an Outer Mountain elder. They were the weakest among the elders. However, if an Outer Mountain elder's swordsmanship was already so shocking, Chunzong could not imagine how terrifying the swordsmanship of an elder of a higher level would be. The Outer Mountain elder's black aura, also known as Chunzong's consciousness, had become much more condensed. It had a stronger resistance to the cold in here, and the power of his consciousness had also increased. This had unknowingly increased Chunzong's power. Search, fierce battle, hunt. Once again, Chunzong entered the cycle and continued to increase the strength of his consciousness. As a result, Chunzong also obtained more memories and knew the hierarchy of Sword Sharpening Mountain's elders. Outer Mountain Elders, Inner Mountain Elders, Core Elders. The so-called Outer Mountain Elders were elders who had continuously broken through to 4th Realm and then 5th Realm from the human compound disciples. They had mastered first-stage Great Path Sword Principles and had combined at least 3 or 4 of them. The Inner Mountain Elders were 5th Realm powerhouses who had been promoted from Earth Compound disciples. They had mastered first-stage Great Path Sword Principles. As for the Core Elders, they were elders who had been promoted from Heavenly Compound disciples. They had mastered first-stage Great Path Sword Principles or Tidal Dragon Sword Principles. However, now, Chunzong had encountered the black shadows of the outer mountain elders. The swordsmanship memories that he had obtained were also repeated. Of course, their combined swordsmanship had also inspired Chunzong. It had allowed Chunzong's heart swordsmanship and world sword principles to continuously improve and become more powerful. Above the Ao Wu was the Great Path Lost technique. Chunzong had an idea. He wanted to break through the limits of the heart swordsmanship and world sword principles and increase their power level to the level of a Great Path Lost technique. Even if it was just an inferior star level Lost technique, it would be fine. However, it was too difficult. Reaching the level of arcane martial arts to absolute art was equivalent to reaching the level of fourth realm from the third realm. It was very rare for Chunzong to master a Great Path absolute art. However, it was 10 times more difficult for him to raise his Great Path sword arts to the level of absolute art compared to mastering a Great Path absolute art at the third realm. Even many 5th realm king-level sword cultivator powerhouses might not be able to upgrade a Great Path Lost technique to the level of a Great Path Lost technique. Most of those who could do it were the top 5th realm king-level sword cultivators. When Chunzong continuously hunted the black shadows of the outer mountain elders and increased his consciousness to the limit of his current level, he continued to go up and look for the black shadows of the inner mountain elders to hunt. This was a repetitive process. He kept fighting and fighting, and he kept on improving and improving. At the beginning of the battle, it was extremely difficult. Chunzong was almost always at a disadvantage. However, later on, he tried again and slowly improved. In the end, he succeeded in hunting. As long as he successfully hunted the first one, he would be able to hunt the second and third. The further he went, the easier it was to hunt. After increasing his consciousness to the limit, Chunzong began to hunt down the core elders. The black shadows of the core elders were even more powerful. This was because they cultivated the top boundless sword technique, or the tidal dragon sword technique. Even if they did not fuse with the boundless sword technique, their power was still very terrifying. Chunzong repeatedly tried many times and finally succeeded in hunting one. Once again, he reached the limit. Chunzong felt that his consciousness was many times stronger than when he first entered. It was almost solidifying. The solidification previously was just an appearance. Now, it was as if it was real. Human compound disciple, earth compound disciple, heaven compound disciple, outer mountain elders, inner mountain elders, core elders. Chunzong felt as if he was breaking through a level. The heaven compound disciples of Sword Sharpening Mountain were not third realm, but fourth realm powerhouses. Some of the earth compound disciples were even fourth realm powerhouses. Therefore, Chunzong killed his way from third realm to fourth realm, and then to fifth realm. However, Chunzong clearly remembered that there were 6th realm sword emperors and 7th realm Jiandi in Sword Sharpening Mountain. There were even 8th realm sword saints. Sword emperor level black shadows. Chunzong took a deep breath. If sword king level was already so powerful, then what about sword emperor level? How powerful? It was unimaginable. However, Chunzong had an indescribable sense of anticipation. However, when Chunzong stepped into the palace on Sword Sharpening Mountain, he did not feel that terrifying and extremely cold aura. It was as if it had disappeared. He did not encounter any black shadows either, let alone Sword Emperor level black shadows or Genie level black shadows. The palace was vast and empty as if it was endless. When Chunzong stepped into it, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he scanned the place. The lighting here was dim, but he did not discover anything else. Chunzong immediately strode forward. As he walked, Chunzong saw what seemed to be a black shadow in front of him. That black figure looked very tall and big. It was sitting on a throne, like a king who ruled over the world. He was getting closer. When Chunzong got closer to the black shadow, he could see it more clearly. It was a black shadow wearing a black sword robe. Its entire body was pitch black, and he could not see its facial features or eyes. Not only could he not see its facial features, but he also could not sense its aura. That black shadow was dozens of meters tall just by sitting down. If it stood up, it would probably be more than 100 meters tall. To Chunzong, it was definitely a giant. Whose black shadow is this? Chunzong was secretly shocked and secretly guessed. Sword Emperor level? Jindy? Or Sword Saint? Chunzong had no idea at all. He was just guessing. Chunzong tried to take a few more steps forward to get closer to the huge black shadow. This black shadow was different from the ones Chunzong had seen before. It was not only huge, but also extremely solid. Suddenly, the black shadow seemed to sense Chunzong's approach and opened its eyes in an instant. What kind of eyes were those? The double pupils were restrained, and the black and white were distinct. It was like a sitting demon, which made people's hearts palpitate. Just a moment's gaze made Chunzong's body of consciousness stiffen. The next moment, it directly collapsed. That gaze was like a god or a demon. Chapter 2648. Tear. Collapse. Shatter. When Chunzong opened his eyes, he was drenched in cold sweat, which seeped out crazily and soaked his robe. At that moment, the huge black shadow opened a pair of black and white eyes that were like those of a demon. An indescribable power directly descended on his body of consciousness. Even though his body of consciousness had been condensed many times and was almost solid, it could not resist the demon's gaze at all. It seemed to contain a kind of supreme power that directly crushed his body of consciousness. Fortunately, after the body of consciousness collapsed, it returned to his body and was not really destroyed. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Once the body of consciousness was really destroyed, he would become a living dead. However, the feeling of his body of consciousness being directly crushed was so uncomfortable that Chunzong did not want to experience it again. After a long while, Chunzong felt better. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong with his body. What was wrong? It was not coordinated. He tried to stand up and walk, but almost fell down. This made Chunzong look dignified. How could such a problem occur? Obviously, this would affect everything about him. Think. Using the Heart Sutra, Chunzong found that his thinking speed was more than 10 times faster than before. It was amazing. I see. After thinking for a while, Chunzong figured out the reason. In the sword-grinding mountain, his body of consciousness directly entered to kill the black shadow. His body of consciousness also absorbed the black aura and kept growing stronger and stronger. It could be said that compared to when he first entered the sword-grinding mountain, Chunzong's body of consciousness was at least 10 times stronger. When such a strong consciousness returned to his body, there was a kind of disharmony which could not be helped. Fortunately, it was not always like this. It was just a temporary disharmony, and it would be fine after he got used to it. This required a process of adaptation and time, but it could be sped up and shortened. Chunzong got up and walked around slowly. He tried his best to control his body and get used to it. At first, he walked crookedly, like a toddler learning how to walk. But Chunzong had excellent control of his own body, so he quickly adapted to it. From learning how to walk normally, he could run and jump freely. After that, Chunzong drew his sword and began to cultivate. Swordplay, the great path of the sword. After a few rounds of basic sword techniques, Chunzong began to cultivate the great path sword technique. However, he was cultivating a different great path sword technique. There were the extreme edge swordsmanship and true aura swordsmanship that he had learned before. There were also the 2 swordsmanships that he had obtained from the seed of the World Lord's core inheritance. There were also the various swordsmanships that he had obtained from killing the Black Shadow in the sword-grinding mountain. In short, in addition to the boundless swordsmanship and the rising dragon swordsmanship, Chunzong cultivated the other swordsmanships that he had created, including the heart swordsmanship and the world sword technique. Naturally, it took him more than half a day. At this point, the feeling of disharmony between his consciousness and body had been completely eliminated. Moreover, because of the strength of his consciousness, Chunzong's control of his own body had risen to another level. Even if it was just a small improvement, it was still more amazing. At this point, Chunzong sheathed his sword and relaxed for a moment. Then, Chunzong tried again to see if he could enter the sword-grinding mountain again. Unfortunately, he failed. He had no clue at all. The sword-grinding token had completely lost its power, and the sword inscriptions on it would not appear again. In other words, he could no longer enter the sword-grinding mountain. What a pity. Chunzong could not help but think to himself. The sword-grinding mountain was undoubtedly a great opportunity for him. It was a pity that he could not enter it again. But then again, he had also gained a lot from his trip to the sword-grinding mountain. 13 Great Path Sword Techniques. His consciousness had been condensed more than 10 times. The fierce battles on the edge of life and death had also greatly sharpened Chunzong's combat experience. All in all, even if he could not enter the sword-grinding mountain again, Chunzong had gained a great deal from the above gains. At this stage, it could be said that Chunzong's close combat strength had greatly improved, which indirectly affected his overall strength. It had also built an incomparably solid foundation, which would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. When Chunzong had completely adapted to it, he found that there seemed to be something more in his consciousness. He looked inside himself, but did not find anything. After a careful examination, Chunzong found that there was a pitch-black mark between his eyebrows. The mark looked like a sword mark, but it was also outlined by countless pitch-black strokes. It seemed simple, but it also seemed to be incomparably complicated. It seemed to be direct, but it was also full of twists and turns. It seemed to contain a profound and boundless mystery that Chunzong could not understand. Chunzong found a mirror and carefully observed it. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. The sword mark had a kind of unfathomable mystery, like that of a god or a demon. The mystery was boundless, endless, and boundless. What's this? Chunzong could not help but frown. He rubbed it hard with his fingers, but he could not rub it off. It was as if it had grown directly between his eyebrows and had completely merged into one. Chunzong was sure that there was no black mark between his eyebrows before this, but now there was. That meant it had something to do with the sword-grinding mountain. Could it be the mark of the sword-grinding mountain? Looking at it carefully, it seemed to be a little similar. Why did the mark of the sword-grinding mountain appear between his eyebrows? Was it because he had entered the sword-grinding mountain? Chunzong's mind worked like lightning. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Chunzong constantly analyzed and deduced. Finally, he came to a conclusion. The black mark between his eyebrows was most likely directly related to the black shadow that he had seen in the end. Perhaps it was left by the black shadow in his consciousness. After his consciousness returned to his body, it appeared between his eyebrows. Then, what was the use of this mark? Could he hide it? Otherwise, with such a mark between his eyebrows, people would more or less have some guesses after seeing it. Well, if what he guessed was true, then he would use the power of his spirit and consciousness to test it. Without hesitation, Chunzong controlled the power of his spirit and consciousness to touch the black mark. As soon as he touched it, Chunzong felt that the black mark was boundless. It was as if he had directly entered an endless darkness. In the darkness, an ancient and powerful black mountain was suspended. The mountain's shape was like a sword. It vaguely looked like the sword-grinding mountain. In an instant, a figure appeared on the sword-shaped mountain. The darkness filled the world. It was almost exactly the same as the huge black figure that Chunzong had seen in the end. It was extremely dignified and boundless, and it seemed as if there were countless strands of sword chi coiled around him. Every single strand of sword chi represented a peak profundity of the sword Tao, and it caused Chunzong's heart to tremble and be extremely shocked. What kind of existence was this? How could this be? It was incomprehensible. This was beyond the level that Chunzong could understand or even imagine. The sword-grinding mountain was the holy land of sword principle. Chunzong guessed that the Black Shadow might be the master of the sword-grinding mountain. It was an extremely powerful expert of the 8th realm, which surpassed the 7th realm of the Emperor realm. A sword principle saint was a sword saint. If that was the case, then it was normal that Chunzong could not understand it. A saint was far beyond Chunzong's current level. Even if Chunzong was very confident that he could step into the sixth realm and become a sword emperor, or even the seventh realm and become a Jiandi in the future, it was unimaginable for him to become a sword principal saint. This was because saints were at the highest level in the universe. Chunzong thought of something else. The sword-sharpening mountain that was guarded by a saint of the way of the sword had been completely destroyed in a single night, becoming history. Even after several million years of searching, no one knew why, becoming an unsolved mystery. If it was destroyed by an enemy, then how powerful was the enemy? It was hair-raising. Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. It was too terrifying. Suddenly, Chunzong laughed bitterly. He thought that he was overthinking. The sword-grinding mountain had been destroyed for millions of years. No matter how powerful its enemy was, it had nothing to do with him, a third realm. Besides, who knew why the sword-grinding mountain was destroyed? There was no way to find out. Those powerful cultivators from the Holy Land had spent a lot of time searching for the reason, but they could not find the reason. What about him? He was just a third realm cultivator. He did not even have the right to explore the universe, let alone talk about other things. Now, it was better to see if he could hide this black mark and not let others see it. Chunzong slowly approached the black mountain and the black figure. Suddenly, the black figure seemed to sense Chunzong's aura. Its closed eyes trembled slightly, and Chunzong felt his hair stand on end. Previously, when Chunzong was in the sword-grinding mountain, when he approached the 100-meter-tall black figure, it opened its eyes. Its eyes were as terrifying as a demon's and contained an indescribable supreme power and will. It directly caused Chunzong's body of consciousness, which had been condensed to the extreme, to collapse. He could not imagine what kind of power was contained in that gaze. Now, the huge black figure's eyes were about to open. Chunzong was instantly horrified. Previously, he was in the sword-sharpening mountain. But now, he was not in the sword-sharpening mountain. If the body of his spirit consciousness that he had entered collapsed again, would it really collapse completely? Would he directly turn into a living dead and die? Just thinking about it made Chunzong extremely horrified. Without hesitation, he immediately retreated and wanted to leave this place. However, although Chunzong's reaction was fast, he was still a little too slow. In that split second, the eyes of the giant black figure still opened. A pair of black and white pupils stared at Chunzong, its godlike eyes directly landing on Chunzong's spirit consciousness. Chunzong felt an unparalleled force descend, causing his spirit consciousness to instantly freeze, making him unable to move even a little. In the next moment, just as Chunzong was extremely horrified, two rays of light shot out from the pair of black and white eyes. One was black and the other was white. They were very pure, extremely pure. Like two beams of sword light, they pierced through the air and directly hit Chunzong's frozen body of consciousness. Chapter 2649. The black and white sword light, like a demon or a god, directly hit Chunzong's consciousness. Chunzong thought that this time his soul would be destroyed, but the black and white sword light directly entered his consciousness. As the two black and white sword lights shot out, the huge black shadow seemed to have exhausted all of its strength. It quickly faded and finally dissipated. Chunzong's consciousness was constantly flooded with strong power, and in an instant, it exploded. However, his soul did not disappear, but returned to his body. However, Chunzong felt that there was a lot of information in his mind, like a flood bursting a dam, crazily surging and extremely violent, as if it was going to explode Chunzong's mind and destroy Chunzong's consciousness. His head was splitting. It felt as if his head was being chopped by a battle axe, and it was going to be smashed into pieces. The huge amount of complex information was as violent as a torrent of sword chi, destroying everything in its path and sweeping away everything in its path. Chunzong held his head with both hands, and his whole body fell to the ground unconsciously. He rolled on the ground, enduring the pain in his mind, as if his soul was being chopped and torn apart. He unconsciously let out a low roar, as if this was the only way to better vent the pain. After a long time, the pain in his mind finally lessened a little. Then, like a receding tide, it slowly lessened and faded until it completely disappeared. Chunzong lay on the ground powerlessly. His face was pale, and his hair and robe were soaked. Exhaustion, deep exhaustion hit him, and he felt weak all over. From time to time, there was a tearing pain in his head, as his qi and blood ran and his strength was channeled. Chunzong's strength was also recovering little by little, and the feeling of weakness also gradually disappeared. After a while, Chunzong slowly sat up, took out a few elixirs, and took them to speed up the recovery. After a while, his complexion recovered. However, the pain in his head had not completely disappeared, but it had lessened a lot. That was because the amount of information he had just received was too much, and it was too much for his brain to handle. If it weren't for the fact that his brain capacity was larger and his divine will was extremely tough, he probably wouldn't have been able to handle it. The consequence of not being able to withstand, it was very likely that one's divine soul would be damaged or even destroyed. Fortunately, he managed to pull through. After the pain in his head had completely disappeared, Chunzong began to examine him. Using the Heart Sutra and the Heart 10 Intent realm, Chunzong was able to better access the huge amount of complicated information in his mind and organize it. This time, Chunzong was convinced that he had the One Heart Sutra and could feel his master's One Heart Tao Lord. Otherwise, if he didn't have the Heart Sutra, he would have to spend a lot of time slowly organizing the information in his mind. But under the 10 concepts of One Heart, he could directly cut in from 10 different directions and organize them. That kind of efficiency was 100 times greater than if he was single-mindedly focused. Even so, it took Chunzong a whole day to sort out a small part of it. There was no other reason other than the fact that the content of the information was too profound. After sorting out a small part of it, Chunzong knew the content of the information. A swordsmanship manual. This swordsmanship manual was called the Divine Demon Sword Manual, and it was the supreme secret manual of Sword Grinding Mountain. It was cultivated by the owner of Sword Grinding Mountain. Other than him, there was no other person in the entire Sword Grinding Mountain who had mastered it. This Divine Demon Sword Manual was not only the secret manual cultivated by the owner of Sword Grinding Mountain, but had also been perfected by the owner of Sword Grinding Mountain time and time again. It was constantly improved to an amazing level. According to the description, if one cultivated it to the extreme, there was hope to surpass the saint level and reach a higher level. Chunzong couldn't help but be shocked. Surpass the saint level. What kind of level and terrifying existence was that? It was completely unimaginable. Did I really get the inheritance of Sword Grinding Mountain? Chunzong couldn't help but think. The situation seemed to be so. The supreme secret manual of Sword Grinding Mountain's owner, the Divine Demon Sword Manual, could be cultivated to at least the saint level, and there was even hope to surpass the limit of the saint level. If this wasn't the supreme secret manual, then what was? There was an 80 to 90% chance that he had really obtained the inheritance of Sword Grinding Mountain, and that trace of regret disappeared. Now, he had to sort out the information while studying the Divine Demon Sword Manual. First, this was a cultivation technique, and it was a cultivation technique that was much more advanced than the annihilation force of the Nine Heavens Breath. However, after studying it, Chunzong discovered that the Divine Demon Sword Manual couldn't be cultivated directly. There was a prerequisite to cultivating it, and that was to have the corresponding physique. The Divine Demon Sword Body. Only with the Divine Demon Sword Body could one cultivate the Divine Demon Sword Manual and cultivate the Divine Demon Sword Origin. In other words, the Divine Demon Sword Manual was made up of the Divine Demon Sword Origin and the Divine Demon Sword Body. Only with the Divine Demon Sword Body could one cultivate the Divine Demon Sword Origin, and that was the order. As for the Divine Demon Sword Body, it wasn't innate but cultivated. One of the prerequisites for cultivating the divine demon sword body was to not have any innate physiques, such as the innate wind spirit body, lightning spirit body, etc. As for the innate king body, there was no need to even mention it. If someone with an innate physique wanted to cultivate the divine demon sword body, they had to first cripple their innate physique. Shenzong didn't have an innate physique, but he had the prerequisite to cultivate the divine demon sword body. As long as he cultivated the divine demon sword body, he would have the qualifications to cultivate the divine demon sword origin. However, Shenzong discovered that the divine demon sword body wasn't that easy to cultivate. On the contrary, it was extremely difficult and required a lot of resources. The divine demon sword manual was made up of 4 parts. The first was the divine demon sword body. The second was the divine demon sword origin. The first was the divine demon sword technique. The first was the divine demon secret technique. The divine demon sword body was a unique physique that could cultivate the divine demon sword origin. As for the divine demon sword origin, there was no doubt that it was the power of cultivation. As for the divine demon sword technique, it was the various sword techniques of the sword grinding mountain. As for the divine demon secret technique, it was a secret technique. However, in the information that Shenzong had sorted out, there wasn't the true content of the divine demon secret technique. The divine demon sword body was divided into 4 stages, corresponding to the innate spirit physique, the imperial physique, the saint physique, and the divine physique. Of course, as for how powerful it was, Shenzong would have to cultivate it himself to know. He had to cultivate the first stage of the divine demon sword body before he could start cultivating the divine demon sword origin. Only when the divine demon sword body was combined with the divine demon sword origin would it be complete, and its power would be increased. As for the divine demon sword origin, Shenzong also studied it, and there were also different stages. The first stage, mountain crushing. It was the mountain crushing sword origin, and its power was extremely terrifying. It corresponded to the first 3 stages of cultivation, but when combined with the divine demon sword body, its power could surpass the 3rd stage and reach the 4th stage. That level of power would definitely be stronger than his current power. Shenzong couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. Since he had obtained the Fiend God sword scripture, it was a fortuitous encounter that belonged to him. He had to cultivate it. He had to master it, because it would allow his strength to improve even more. Shenzong circulated the Heart Sutra to the Heart 20 Thoughts level. He used the Heart 10 Thoughts level to sort out the later stages of the divine demon sword technique, and the Heart 10 Thoughts level to study the first stage of the divine demon sword body. The first stage of the divine demon sword body was also known as the bronze sword body. To forge the bronze sword body, one had to forge the bronze sword bones from the bones, and then use the bronze sword bones as the core to forge the complete bronze sword body. However, to forge the first stage of the divine demon sword body, one had to have the help of some rare treasures. Shenzong didn't have any of these rare treasures, but Shenzong still wanted to try and see if he could cultivate it. He circulated the bronze sword body, but there was no feeling. Shenzong didn't believe it and continued to try again and again, but there was still no reaction. It seems that without the help of external objects, it's really impossible to cultivate the bronze sword body. Shenzong couldn't help but think to himself. Just as he was about to give up, the mysterious seed in his chi seed suddenly trembled, and a dark green light bloomed. A wave of power suddenly spread out from the mysterious seed and instantly spread throughout Shenzong's body. In an instant, Shenzong felt his bones tremble, and then he circulated the bronze sword body according to the cultivation method. His bones all over his body emitted waves of numbness and itchiness, but he couldn't scratch it. Enduring the numbness and itchiness, Shenzong cooperated with the mysterious power and continuously circulated the first stage of the divine demon sword body to change his body's physique. Gradually, with his inner vision, Shenzong saw streaks of bronze growing on his bones. They slowly spread out, and like silk lines, they spread all over his bones. There were generally 2 ways to forge a sword bone. The first way was to first choose a piece of bone and forge it into a sword bone, then choose a second piece, a third piece, and so on until all of them were forged. The other way was to forge all of the bones in the body together into a sword bone, and every bone in the body would advance together. Both methods had their own merits, and it depended on the individual's choice. Chunzong used the second method, which was to directly temper all of the bones in his body and turn them into a sword bone. As the sword body cultivation method continued to circulate, and as the mysterious seed's power continued to be refined, the bronze lines on Chunzong's bones became more and more dense. Finally, they slowly connected together to form a piece and dyed the bones a faint bronze color. This was not a coloring, but a change from the inside to the outside. It was an improvement in the nature of the bones. Cultivate. Cultivate continuously. Chunzong was completely immersed in his cultivation, and he could not extricate himself from it. His bones continued to turn green, giving off an ancient bronze aura, as if they were made of ancient bronze. The color of his bones became deeper and more solid. Gradually, time flew by, and Chunzong did not know how much time had passed. Finally, after his bones had completely turned into a deep bronze color, Chunzong completed the cultivation of the upper part of the bronze sword body and was about to start on the lower part. The lower part was to cultivate the tendons, flesh, skin, and internal organs, and so on. Only after that would it be the complete first stage of the divine demon sword body. Chunzong was also very curious. After forging the bronze sword body, would it increase his strength? If it did, how much would the increase be? Chapter 2650. Chunzong had been staying in his pavilion all this time, so he was not aware of what was happening in the outside world. Little did he know that the outside world was about to change. The fierce battle between the Thunderflame Ancient Beast and the giant rock dragon tortoise ended with the Thunderflame Ancient Beast escaping with injuries. However, the giant rock dragon tortoise did not return to the Myriad Origin Island. Instead, it left. The powerhouses on the Myriad Origin Island heaved a sigh of relief. They were worried that the giant rock dragon tortoise would return. If it was hungry, it might devour everyone on the Myriad Origin Island. Fortunately, it left. However, the shockwaves from the battle between the Thunderflame Ancient Beast and the giant rock dragon tortoise were astonishing. Although they managed to fend off the shockwaves, there were still some 4th-tier and 5th-tier cultivators who died. There were even more who were injured. In fact, even the 4 Monarch-level cultivators were slightly injured. Fortunately, the crisis was averted. In the future, they would not have to worry about the giant rock dragon tortoise, a cosmic beast, sleeping here. However, the powerhouses also thought of one thing. The giant rock dragon tortoise had been sleeping here for countless years and absorbed a lot of cosmic dust. Eventually, it turned into a huge island, and after countless years, the island continued to expand until it became the Myriad Origin Island today. Would there be any treasures left in the place where the giant rock dragon tortoise slept? After all, the giant rock dragon tortoise was equivalent to a top martial saint. Due to this, the 3 Emperor-level forces and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance led the other Emperor-level and King-level forces to explore the Myriad Origin Island from the place where the giant rock dragon tortoise had left. It was a huge and deep cave that led directly to the innermost center of the Myriad Origin Island. It's here. When all the powerhouses arrived at the center, they found a huge cave. The giant rock dragon tortoise's body was tens of millions of meters long. If the cave could completely contain it, it would only be bigger. It was hard to say if there were any treasures left in such a huge cave. The powerhouses started to search. Sure enough, they found some top ores not long after. It should be noted that the rock dragon turtle was at the top of the saint level, and its own power was actually born with the power of the Great Path. This power naturally spread out and absorbed the cosmic dust. The cosmic dust that was directly attached to its body would be affected by the rock dragon turtle for countless years and turn into treasures. Moreover, the rock dragon turtle was an earth-type cosmic beast. The rocks around its body were also earth-type treasures. Not only were they useful to level 5 monarchs, but they were also useful to level 6 emperors. However, it wasn't enough for an emperor-level powerhouse. But no matter what, it was still a rare treasure. The various forces had arranged for their experts to come in and mine for as much as they could. In order to avoid unnecessary battles, the mining area was divided according to the strength of the forces. Of course, some conflicts were unavoidable, but as long as they didn't escalate, they wouldn't be bothered. On this day, all the major powers and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance were mining the Earth attribute ores here. As usual, there were conflicts because of mining. When there were conflicts, there would naturally be battles. However, the rocks here were very hard. Level 5 monarchs couldn't cause too much damage, unless they were level 6 emperors. However, level 6 emperors didn't participate in the mining. Instead, they stood guard and maintained order. The ones who were mining were the level 5 emperors. There was a cracking sound. The sound was subtle, but it was also very ear-piercing. It immediately alarmed many people. A crack appeared on one of the cave walls, and a dim light suddenly spread out. It exuded an indescribable heaviness, like a mountain or the earth. When the aura appeared, it immediately alarmed everyone. The group of emperors in charge of maintaining order flashed and appeared in front of the crack. This crack was about 3 meters long and only as wide as a palm. The aura it exuded was very shocking. "What is this?" An emperor-level powerhouse frowned. As he stared, he muttered to himself as he tried to see through the mystery. One had to know that this was the habitat of the giant rock dragon turtle for countless years. It was definitely not ordinary. Cosmic beasts at the 10 million meter level were basically mature cosmic beasts. Cosmic beasts at this level had the power of a saint. It could be said that even a young cosmic beast had the power of an emperor level. Ordinary emperor level powerhouses couldn't do anything to them. Adult cosmic beasts were at the emperor level. Mature cosmic beasts were at the saint level. The apex of cosmic beasts was the saint level. Of course, the most tyrannical cosmic beasts, even some top saint-level powerhouses, couldn't do anything to them. They were very tyrannical. Fortunately, cosmic beasts weren't interested in tiny tot and often wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, who knew how many disasters it would cause? The rock dragon turtle was one of the top cosmic beasts. It was equivalent to a top saint-level super being. Everything left behind in its habitat was extraordinary. However, the emperor-level powerhouses still couldn't make an accurate judgment. They could only report it. Who should they report it to? Of course, it was those emperor-level powerhouses. Soon, 4 figures directly entered the center of Wanyuan Island at an astonishing speed. They arrived here and appeared in front of the crack. However, the crack now wasn't more than 3 meters long and 1 palm wide like before. Instead, it was more than 5 meters long and 3 palms wide, like a crack in a door. The aura it emitted was also more and more intense. Moreover, the crack continued to expand. The 4 emperor-level powerhouses were not only powerful, but also experienced and knowledgeable. They immediately began to study it. All kinds of methods and tests combined with the accumulation of their knowledge. Finally, they came to a conclusion. A small world. Behind this crack was most likely a small world. Moreover, this small world was very likely to belong to the giant rock dragon turtle's associated small world. After all, the rock dragon tortoise had been sleeping here for countless years. Due to its own characteristics, it was normal for a small world to appear. Such examples were not rare in the universe since ancient times. Of course, the universe was so vast that there were not many of them, even if you added them all up. Since it was the giant rock dragon turtle's associated small world, there must be a lot of treasures in it. Presumably, they should be Earth-related treasures and so on. Now, they had to conduct a new round of tests to see how to enter. The group of powerhouses, especially the 4 emperor-level powerhouses, had experienced many things. They were not rookies who were helpless. On the contrary, they all had a set of corresponding mature and complete methods to conduct tests. They didn't have to use people to test it like they did a long, long time ago, because there would be casualties easily. In the end, the tests were completed. The 4 Emperor-level powerhouses also came to a conclusion. This small world was not very strong. It should not have been born for too long. Therefore, its strength was very limited. The upper limit of its capacity would not exceed the 3rd realm. In other words, only those below the 4th realm could enter this small world. If those above the 4th realm entered, this small world would not be able to withstand it and would collapse, disintegrate, and collapse. The direct impact of the collapse of a small world was extremely shocking. The entire Wanyuan Island would be affected. Moreover, this small world obviously existed in the center of Wanyuan Island. Of course, this small world existed in the universe and did not belong to the same dimension as Wanyuan Island. It was very magical. However, if it collapsed, the aftermath of the power would be enough to cause serious damage to Wanyuan Island. Therefore, no matter what, this small world could not collapse. Otherwise, Wanyuan Island would probably collapse because of it, and there would be many casualties. In this way, this small world must be protected. Otherwise, if someone with evil intentions wanted to harm Wanyuan Island, they could directly destroy this small world. Immediately, the 4 martial emperors began to take action. They gathered everyone present and ordered everyone to swear an oath to the heavenly law to keep the secret of this place a secret. Otherwise, their souls would scatter and their Tao would vanish. Then, they gathered formation grandmasters and began to set up layers of formations and seals around the small world to firmly protect it. In this way, even 6th realm Emperor-level powerhouses would not be able to enter. Even 7th realm Emperor-level powerhouses would not be able to break in so easily. Once they touched it, the 4 Emperor-level powerhouses of Wanyuan Island would know and rush over as fast as they could. Since this small world is the giant rock dragon turtle's companion world, let's name it Giant Rock Small World, suggested one of the Emperor-level powerhouses. After all, it was a small world. Giving a name was only natural. With the agreement of the other 3 Emperor-level powerhouses, the name Giant Rock Small World was shortened to Giant Rock Small World. Then, they naturally arranged for people to enter Giant Rock Small World to explore. 4th realm, 5th realm, 6th realm, and 7th realm powerhouses could not enter. 3rd realm powerhouses were the most suitable. However, it was hard to say whether there were dangers in Giant Rock Small World. No one knew what the situation inside was like. Even the Emperor-level powerhouses could not do anything about this. They could only send some 3rd realm powerhouses in. Soon, the various factions sent some ordinary 3rd realm powerhouses. Basically, they were 3rd realm powerhouses with relatively mediocre talent and strength as the vanguard to enter. Of course, they were not sent in to die. They were given some life-saving means. Also, they would be rewarded if they returned successfully from the exploration. These people were naturally very happy to do so. Wealth came from danger. As disciples of sect forces or itinerant cultivators, they needed resources to improve their cultivation. However, resources did not come out of nowhere. They had to put in the effort. Exploring this small world now was, of course, the same as carrying out a sect mission. They would be rewarded. As for the danger, it was definitely there. However, all cultivators knew one thing. Danger was everywhere. If one wanted to improve and become stronger, they would definitely face danger. It was unavoidable. Therefore, the first wave of 3rd realm powerhouses was organized. There were exactly 1,000 of them. They entered Giant Rock Small World through the stabilized crack that had expanded to 10 meters long and about 1 meter wide. Chapter 26:51. In Chunzong's pavilion in the Trade Wind Tower, the seal was still open. Once the seal was opened, it would continuously consume Cosmos God Crystals. Even though Chunzong had spent 2 million Cosmos God Crystals to buy the sword sharpening token, he still had a few thousand Cosmos God Crystals left. It was enough to maintain the seal for a period of time. The first floor was where Chunzong cultivated. With a thought, a sword light shot out from Chunzong's fingertip. The sword light was green in color and filled with an ancient aura. It was like a green bronze, but it also emitted an incomparably vigorous aura and shocking sharpness. Sword origin. This was sword origin and not the fierce gale energy from before. This was because Chunzong had successfully cultivated the first level of the celestial demon sword body, the bronze sword body. Moreover, he had also successfully cultivated the first level of the celestial demon sword origin, the mountain-crushing sword origin. As expected, once the sword origin was released, Chunzong felt the power contained in it. It was several times stronger than the fierce gale energy from before. The momentum was vigorous and the sword aura was domineering. It indeed had a shocking power that could destroy mountains. This kind of power made Chunzong feel shocked and happy at the same time. Strong. The mountain-crushing sword origin was several times stronger than the fierce gale energy, which increased his overall strength by a lot. In addition, it was his physique. The mirror extreme secret technique couldn't be compared to the celestial demon sword technique, so it couldn't be effective. However, Chunzong had cultivated the celestial demon sword body. The celestial demon sword body was similar to a body refining technique, but it was also similar to a technique that cultivated a unique physique. It was a combination of the two, and the physique cultivated from it was also very strong. The mountain-crushing sword origin, the first level of the celestial demon sword origin, was several times stronger than the fierce gale energy. The bronze sword body, the first level of the celestial demon sword body, was also several times stronger than Chunzong's physique. Of course, Chunzong's cultivation level was still at the third realm. However, it was an extremely powerful third realm. Previously, Chunzong's bloodline had been enhanced by the mysterious seed's life force, and his own cultivation strength had also been enhanced a lot. Now, it had been further enhanced on that foundation, and under the superposition, it had reached an even more astonishing level. Even though there were no other changes in his other aspects, the increase in his cultivation had significantly increased his strength. Chunzong was sure that he could enter the top 3,000 on the Divine General's list if he challenged them. However, he had no idea what rank he could reach. However, Chunzong planned to further master the mountain-crushing sword energy before launching the challenge. He would aim for the top 3,000 and then the top 3,000. Chunzong's goal was to raise his ranking on the Divine General ranking list as much as possible before he broke through to the fourth realm. That way, he would receive more attention and care from the will of the universe. When he broke through to the fourth realm, he would receive greater benefits and a greater and more significant improvement. This was not just a guess. It had been verified by countless experts on the Divine General ranking list. That was why so many people wanted to break through to the Divine General ranking list. That was why so many experts on the Divine General ranking list wanted to improve their ranking. Some people might do things that did not benefit them, but they would definitely not be so persistent. The top 3,000 was not Chunzong's final goal. After all, Chunzong had not yet achieved Divine Essence. Once he achieved Divine Essence, his strength would immediately increase significantly, and he would become even more powerful. It should not be a problem for him to be in the top 2,000. He might even be able to break through to the top 1,000. Chunzong was not arrogant, and he would not underestimate others. Anyone who could enter the Divine General ranking list was an expert. They all had their own strengths. The higher their ranking, the more amazing their abilities would be. It was even rumored that the top experts on the Divine General ranking list could even fight against some fourth realm experts. Just as Chunzong was planning to properly master the mountain-crushing sword energy, he received a call from the Trade Wind Tower. He immediately left the tower, but he was still using the Heart Sutra. Now, Chunzong could continuously use the 12 Heart Sutras. The consumption of mental power was equal to the recovery speed. In this way, not only could Chunzong maintain the organization and comprehension of the Fiend God Sword Codex, but he could also comprehend and control the mountain-crushing sword energy to strengthen its application. He could also comprehend swordsmanship and so on. It was killing two birds with one stone without any delay. Chunzong was not the only one who received the news. He also realized that all the transcendent realm geniuses of the Tradewind Tower had received the news. Among them, there were true transcendent realm geniuses from the branch tower, and there were also true transcendent realm geniuses from the main tower. Chunzong even saw some people whose auras were different from those of the transcendent realm. Among them, there were experts who had achieved divine essence. True transcendent realm, divine essence. This made Chunzong's heart skip a beat. He instinctively sensed that something big was about to happen. After all, the experts who had achieved divine essence were all preparing to break through to the fourth realm. They would not appear easily. Now that they had appeared, it could not help but arouse some guesses. Not only did Chunzong have guesses, but so did the others. Now, I need you to make a heavenly oath. You will not reveal the contents of the following in any way. If you violate it, your soul will be destroyed and your body will be destroyed. A sixth realm emperor said very directly. His tone was solemn and contained a shocking power. His eyes also contained a shocking will. When he glanced over, it brought an indescribable pressure to the crowd. If you do not wish to make a heavenly oath, you may leave now. No one moved. Although they were free to choose, none of the people present were ordinary people. They knew that being gathered here and having to swear an oath to the heavens, it was definitely no small matter. Perhaps it was some kind of opportunity or something like that. Since no one is willing to leave, then make a heavenly oath. Soon after, all the people who were gathered here swore oaths to the heavenly Tao. Invisible shackles seemed to descend upon their bodies and souls. However, as long as they didn't violate their oaths, these shackles wouldn't hinder or affect them at all. Very good. The sixth realm emperor nodded in satisfaction. Remember what I am about to say. Not long ago, a thunderflame ancient beast attacked. The sixth realm emperor was very patient and explained the cause and effect of the incident. After all, most of the third realms present were top prodigies. They were extraordinary and would become the main force of the Tradewind brothel in the future. They could not be treated half-heartedly. Everyone felt as if they were listening to a magical story, and they were all amazed. No one would have thought that this myriad origin island was formed because of a cosmic beast, the giant rock dragon turtle. If not for the thunderflame ancient beast's arrival, the giant rock dragon turtle would probably still be in a deep slumber. No one knew when it would wake up. After the giant rock dragon turtle woke up and left, it would leave behind some opportunities. Some precious earth attribute ores accompanied it, and an even more precious small world accompanied it, the giant rock world. Currently, the various factions and itinerant cultivators on Myriad Origin Island had already organized a group of 1,000 third realms to enter the giant rock world for a preliminary exploration. They obtained some information about the giant rock world and successfully left, bringing back some information about the situation inside. However, 1,000 people entered, but only 700 people left. A total of 300 peak-level third realms experts would remain inside forever. This was something that could not be helped. If one wanted to reap any rewards, they would have to face corresponding dangers. The information brought back by the 700 people who were still alive was quickly compiled. After the various factions met and discussed, they were going to organize a second expedition. This was the real exploration, or rather, the opening of the giant rock world. After all, the giant rock world was unfamiliar. It was a small world that had just been discovered. There were many valuable treasures inside. It was very dangerous for ordinary third realms to enter. But what about those who were truly supreme experts? They had stronger abilities and more shocking techniques. Once they entered the giant rock world, they would definitely reap greater rewards. In addition, the experts of the various factions also treated the giant rock world as a training ground. If the training was successful, the giant rock world would become a training ground for Myriad Origin Island in the future. It would be opened regularly, allowing the people of Myriad Origin Island to enter and train, obtain treasures, and so on. It would also be another opportunity. Now, Chunzong and the other true supreme experts, as well as those who were at the high and supreme realms, were gathered. Their purpose was naturally to enter the giant rock world to explore, open up, obtain treasures, and fight for resources, and so on. The strength of a true supreme expert at the high supreme realm was comparable to that of a true supreme expert. As for the low supreme realm, they were ignored. After all, even a true supreme expert at the low supreme realm would at most have the strength of a true supreme expert. The giant rock world could be said to be filled with danger. Of course, it was impossible for the trade wind tower to directly allow all true supreme experts and true supreme experts to enter the giant rock world at once. What if an accident happened? Therefore, he only chose a portion of them, about half of them. In total, there were close to 100 people. Most of them were divine power convergence masters in the high realm, while the rest were divine power convergence masters in the surpassing realm and true surpassing realm masters. Then, everyone received a token. This token was specially made by the experts of the trade wind tower. It contains a force that can withstand a fatal attack. You must use it wisely, the sixth realm emperor said. The value of nearly 100 tokens was not low. They were treasures that increased the chances of survival for everyone and increased their survival in the giant rock world. After receiving the tokens, the nearly 100 experts moved. Under the escort of the sixth realm emperor of the trade wind tower, they quickly headed to the cave abode in the center of Myriad Origin Island. The trade wind tower was not the only one. The Wanren sect, the Palace of Origin, the independent cultivators, and even the emperor-level and king-level forces hurriedly sent out their third realm experts to escort them. They planned to explore the giant rock world and obtain resources. In front of the crack at the entrance of the giant rock world, a group of third realm experts gathered. The number was actually not much different from the 1,000 people who entered the giant rock world the first time. Remember, you are all from Myriad Origin Island. In the giant rock world, you must not be hostile. Even if you want to snatch resources, you must try to hold back and not cause more casualties, an Emperor-level expert said in a serious tone. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.